Hello, everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Today is December 29th, 2021. I'm your local 1000 president, Richard Lewis Brown. Tonight, 6:30, we're having a special board meeting, one agenda item only to, quote, pass our 2022 budget. That's the only item that we will be discussing, the 2022 budget. We'll do a PowerPoint presentation. So at 6:30, we'll start with our research director, Kenny Sims. And after he's done going through some slides, we'll get to our controller, Chris Brackett, along with our VP, Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. And then after the entire budget presentation is done, we'll open up to the board of directors to ask questions to Chris Brackett about this proposed 2022 budget. And after all those questions are answered, then we'll do a roll call. We'll have David Jimenez do a roll call. Hopefully he's on by Zoom. If not, I'll do the roll call myself to make sure we have a quorum of 33 of the 65 board of directors. And then we'll do a yes or no vote. This should be very simple. This is not complicated. There's nothing different about this budget than in years past. And all these things that you're hearing about, we're afraid to pass the budget, we need to table the budget, this is ludicrous. All the information has been sent to the board. Oftentimes in the past, these proposed budgets were never sent to the board. They were given in this proposed budgets in the past on the same day of the meeting. And oftentimes, the budget was retrieved back by the union. The board wasn't even allowed to keep the financials. This new format we're using for 2021 was already used, so it's not really new. I shouldn't say new format. It was used in 2019. Hold on one moment here. Here's the proof of the 2019 budget that was passed in the same format that you will see tonight, except tonight, everyone sees it. Not just the board of directors. We're not hiding information. Everyone's going to see this tonight. Starting at 6:30, like I said, we'll start with Kenny Sims. He'll open up doing the first few slides. And then when we get to the financial part, hold on here. You'll notice I keep repeating myself so people can say, hey, I just tuned in, what's going on? You'll be able to hear the same thing over again. Statement of assets, liabilities, and net assets. From that point on, it will be our controller, Chris Brackett, and our VP, Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez, because he's going to talk into some detail about these office closures. And then once they're done, we're going to open up for questions by the board to Chris Brackett. Maybe I'll have a few questions to answer. And anything that Chris can't answer, I will answer. If we don't have the information, we'll get the information to you at a later date. This is how it's going to work. We're going to get this budget passed tonight. We're going to allow our board to ask questions. That won't be an issue. And no matter what they say, there is no reason at all to not pass this proposed 22 budget in its original format tonight. There's absolutely no reason why they cannot pass this. In an overwhelming, unanimous 65-0, or whoever shows up, we should be able to pass this easily. All your questions will be answered. This budget is no different from the past. Now, our projected revenue growth, now that's a little different because we're optimistic and we're creating a whole new culture for Local 1000 under a new leader. I'm not the incumbent from all those years from 2008, 2011, 2015, 2018. I'm a new leader, and therefore I look at things much differently than the former leader. And I believe in this union, and I believe we can increase our membership dramatically. That's what I believe. And we're going to do this We're going to do a yes or no vote tonight on this budget. We're going to let the board ask questions about this budget to our controller, Chris Brackett, after he's done. If they have a few questions for David Jimenez, they can ask him. They can ask me anything else that wasn't answered. I've been talking about this budget all day. And I know people have been saying that, they didn't know or they were at work. Here's what I do know. So many people are working from home, and so many people work from home with their social media on, and they call and they text their friends. People have known throughout the day what was going on. This idea that people did not know what was going on, that is absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. And the idea that we're not going to let the board ask questions about this budget, a budget that looks no different other than the projected revenue growth for our dues-paying members, that's the truth. And our controller tonight, Chris Brackett, will tell you the same thing. I have confidence in the numbers of Chris Brackett. He's a certified public accountant. Maybe he hasn't ever been acknowledged as being a CPA. I will acknowledge his education. He had to pass all those complicated, hard time tests, and he did it successfully. How do I know? I know. If he made a mistake, which I don't think he did, if he made a mistake, he may have made a mistake inadvertently. Inadvertently, he may have made a mistake. If he made a mistake, he'll tell you because that's the integrity he has as our CPA. I'm proud to work with Chris Brackett and Kenny Sims and all this staff, and I'm proud to serve you. And even though we weren't able to get to our routine business last weekend, our members' voices was heard for the first time, and not just a small select group. Everybody's voices were heard last weekend about our union and the things they want to see done differently in the future. We will get this done tonight. We're going to get over our past conflicts. And hold on one second here. Okay, now, someone said, hey, some people didn't know about this meeting. All right. We sent out 7 emails, 5 to everyone. Now, this email we sent out this morning was kind of a bonus email, so we could talk about it all day. Some people don't want to talk about the union all day. Some people got lives. They have jobs. They have families. But I wanted to let you know that I was going to spend my whole day talking about this because that's how important passing this budget is. The board tonight from 6:30, after they hear the entire presentation, will be able to ask Chris Brackett, our controller, questions. And he can reassure them that what we're doing tonight is the right thing to do, and it's no different than all the years past that he's been here. All the years of Local 1000 passing budgets in its original format has always passed, even when they didn't have those financials in front of them for 10 days or 5 days or whatever number they make up. It's always passed. Always. It's going to pass tonight. But tonight, there's going to be a roll call vote on how people voted. We're going to be a roll call vote because we're going to know who all came tonight. And then should anyone decide to vote no or try to change this budget, because that's not going to happen. This is a yes or no vote. I'm the chair of this meeting. I'm the chair of this meeting. I'm the only chair of Local 1000. I chair these meetings, no one else. Let me say it for you again. I am the only president, the only chair of meetings in Local 1000 when it comes to these types of meetings. This is a yes or no vote. You're not going to treat me any differently than you treated the former president. Excuse me. I mean that. I mean that with sincerity in my heart. We're going to pass this budget tonight. Someone asked the question and I didn't answer it earlier. They said, what happens if they don't pass the budget? What happens then? Or are you just going to let the union fall downhill, Mr. Brown? You're not going to pay the staff You're not going to continue to provide job representation as is required by the Ralph C. Dills Act, by all those job classifications that's represented in our different bargaining units? Or are you just going to let the union fall downhill underneath your watch? Because for the first time in Local 1000 history, the board decided to not pass that budget as originally formatted and presented because of false allegations, baseless, untrue allegations. Are you going to let this union fail, Mr. Brown? I'm not a failure. Genevieve Maud Brown didn't have no failures. She didn't give birth to a child. That's a failure. If you want to fail, then you have that freedom to fail in this great country. I am not going to mandate that you be a success. I will not mandate. I want to give you that freedom to choose what you want to do with your life. But I'm not a failure, and I'm not going to let this union fail, and I'm not going to let no one prevent me from being successful and ensuring that the voices of the membership is heard and that the staff's lives are respected and that we continue on in our operations. We are not going to let internal squabbles stop us from passing the proposed budget the way it's always been done in the past. It's all going to come out tonight. It's all going to come out tonight. Tonight, December 29th, 2021. We're passing this budget tonight. Now, if you're wondering how long will it take Kenny Sims, research director, Chris Brackett, our controller, and David Jimenez, our vice president, secretary, treasurer, how long will it take them to get through these budget slides that I've been going through all day? I don't know. I think they're really good at what they do, but maybe I'm biased. How long will it take the board to agree that, okay, we've asked enough questions, there's really nothing wrong with this budget? We may not like Richard. Some of the board, not all of the board. Some of the board may not like me, but after they ask their questions, enough is enough. Let's stop playing games. Let's get down to business. Let's pass this budget and get out of here. This should not take from 6:30 to 8:30. This should be done, 45 minutes. This should be quick and easy. I'm serious. We are not going to stay here all night and argue and fight over a yes or no vote. Oh, no, we're not. No, we are not going to do that. Now, I can stay here and fight all night. It don't bother me none. And when I say fight respectfully, with love and respect, because we're going to pass this budget. We are the largest public sector union in the state of California. When you fail to pass a budget that's been passed every single year from the time Local 1000 incorporated on December 2nd, 2003, what does that tell you? That's not about the budget. That's about someone not liking the leader of Local 1000. That's personal. And you're taking your personal feelings, your animosity, your animus, and now you're holding other people's lives at stake. And I'm not having it. If you think that I'm too serious, if you think that you have to run me out of here, then you do what you got to do. But you're not going to impact people's lives. You're not going to stop Local 1000. You're not going to ignore the voice of membership. Oh, no, you're not. I'm excited this evening. And, I'm feeling really, really incredible. I just am. I'm motivated. I think that word fantasy woke me up. I really do. The word fantasy. I guess those elements of earth, wind, and fire. I told you I'm rolling. I'm going live. Earth, wind, and fire. That's just some elements, I'm always telling you about don't stop believing and I tell you all those Journey songs. You say, oh, we don't hear about Journey. Okay. Fantasy woke me up. And for reasons. That's the way of the world. But this fantasy is a reality for me. We're going to get this budget passed tonight. And we're going to do this out in front of everyone. And everyone that cares about Local 1000, you're going to see how these board of directors vote. You're going to watch them vote tonight. And you're going to see who cares about keeping Local 1000 strong and vibrant. And then you're going to see others who are going to have their logical and reasonable explanations, their concerns to why they cannot pass this budget. And all that logic and concerns is based off of lies, baseless allegations. And no matter how much I tell you, they'll keep telling those lies over and over again. And this is why sometimes, when you talk and you're trying to throw the money handlers out of the union, the money peddlers out of the union, you may be viewed as being emotional and being viewed as being angry. Not angry at all. I'm doing my job. We're passing this budget tonight. 2022 budget, a budget that's very similar to the past except for our projected revenue income, because we have a new outlook on driving up membership, not alienating our non-members, our non-Democrats. I said it. And I'm saying it loud and strong. And you thought when I started at 11 o'clock, I was going to get tired. You thought I was going to give up. You thought you could just run me. You can't run this. Not this chocolate. This is real chocolate. This ain't no imitation. You can't script me. You can't manipulate me. You can't outthink me. You definitely can't outwork me. No one can. And they say, well, it's not about you. You got that right. It's not about me. It's about this union. But if I have to work around the clock, if people quit on me because they can't handle the pressure, they can't handle the heat, they don't have the fortitude to keep fighting, well, then that's on them. That's on them. In this free country, you can quit any job that you want and go somewhere else and look for a better life. The voters voted and they put me in here for a reason. They knew they had the right one. They knew it. My family has always known it because they know Genevieve's child ain't nobody to play with. Hold on 1 second. People know I'm doing a live video and they still text me. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on, that's the staff. Hold on. Wait a minute. So, passing this budget tonight, that is a reflection of everyone who has supported me from the very beginning back in 2012. Passing this budget tonight is for everyone who has gone out of their way to speak on my behalf. Passing this budget tonight will show that even those who don't like me that sit on this board can put their animus against me aside for the sake of this union and pass this budget tonight in its original format. We can argue among ourselves as family members, but at the end of the day, we're still a family. Join the family. I want my non-members to join. That's why I'm pushing so hard. And that's why I do these videos and I talk all day. I want our non-members to know. And a lot of you non-members who said, Richard, if you can pass that budget tonight, if you can get that budget passed in its original format tonight, I'll join the union. I'll come back to the union. Well, some of you said I wouldn't make it 6 months. 6 months is here. I'm still here, fighting for you. All right. Now, I had a fancy pen. I don't have my fancy pen, but I had a fancy pen that I'm supposed to use. I apologize. I don't have the fancy pen. What else have I not done? Okay. Wait a minute. I know it's something else I haven't done. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I see you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to keep pounding this point home. We're going to get this done tonight. Now, it's 6:22. I think there are people making, I don't know, charity wagers that we won't start at 6:30. Oh, yes, we will. Oh, yes, we will. And we're going to start with Kenny Sims. The PowerPoint's going to come up, and he's going to go through it. And then when he gets to a certain point, then our controller, Chris Brackett, will take over. And at a certain point in that budget presentation, David Jimenez, our Secretary Treasurer, he will talk about a couple of those slides. Chris will come back and finish it up. And then it'll come back to me, and I'll say, okay, let's open up the questions to our board. And I'll call out the different board members to ask Chris Brackett questions about this proposal, this 2022 budget. If you have any questions for me, I'll answer them. Hopefully, I've answered those questions already all day today, but I'll answer them again because some people may be coming on brand new from the board. We're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. You see me keep checking to see what time it is. I don't want to start 2 minutes early because someone will say, well, he said he didn't start at 6:30, he started early. All right. We're passing this budget. I'm determined. We're not going to let no one sabotage us this tonight. No negativity tonight. No evilness tonight. Now, you're free to be evil in this country because I don't want to mandate you to act right. We don't do mandates here in Local 1000. We let you do you. But we want positive, enthusiastic, exciting, exhilarating, give me another E word, I don't know, energy tonight. We're doing it tonight. We're going to pass this budget tonight in its original format. And we will do a roll call vote, and we are recording these votes tonight. And anyone that votes no on this proposal, on this 2022 budget, it will be documented. And listen, you're free to vote no. I don't want you to vote no. I'm pleading with the board. Don't you love the staff? Or do you only love them when they do something that you want them to do for you? Don't you care about this union? That we're able to operate? I'm not letting this union fail. And we're not going to fail. That's a promise. We are not going to fail. But we're going to keep track of these votes. And anyone that tries to come and says, "Oh, we got to do something different," this is a yes or no vote. We ain't changing anything on this proposed budget tonight. No, we're not. All this work Chris Brackett and Kenny Sims has done, and now you're going to come and try to invalidate all of their hard work? When they haven't quit on the union, they have stayed by this union faithfully all of these years? No, you're not invalidating their work. No, you're not. No, you're not. I mean that. This is how it's going down tonight. And if you say, well, you're acting like a dictator. No, I'm not. I'm respecting people's work. I didn't see no one else putting this budget together. I didn't see you working with David Jimenez to put this budget together. You said, well, we didn't get elected to do that. That's exactly right. So respect his position. Respect my position as the Local 1000 president and the only chair that calls meetings. There's a problem here going on, but we're going to clear up this problem. And it's going to get cleared up here pretty soon, too. I'm just saying. Oh, all right. Yay. So I just heard that DLC presidents Angelique Marino and Erica Charapal got their DLC membership list tonight. Boy, look at here. I'm sorry. Look here. Forgive me. That's that St. Louis in me. Look here. So this is fantastic. Maybe the staff was actually watching these videos. They say they do, but I don't know. So, but this is fantastic. See how fast staff responded to that? And I took responsibility for the confusion. You see how fast that was? And this is why we have to respect the work that Kenny Sims and Chris Brackett has done. They've done all this work. And this is not easy work putting this budget forecast together. It's hard work. It's tedious work. But they didn't give up. They stayed true. Like orange and blue, they stayed true. And I deeply appreciate everything they've done, Chris, Kenny, from the bottom of my heart. All those PowerPoint presentations over the last few weeks, and someone said, Richard, why are we doing these PowerPoint presentations? I said, just trust me. They'll come back later. And they have. They have. And we have them up on our website. And you can take a look. And you can do your own analysis. And you may have a different analysis than mine. And that's fine. But you never had that analysis before with Local 1000. You didn't know what to analyze because you were never given anything. And now I'll give you so much, and you're saying you still want more. I know you do, and I'm gonna give you more. Because once you start giving out good things, they always want more. That's how I know I live in America. You give $2, they'll want $2.75. And no, they don't want to work for it either, but that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with socialism. There's nothing wrong with democracy. There's nothing wrong with capitalism. Everybody likes what they like. 6:28. At 6:30 sharp, that PowerPoint's going to come up, and Kenny Sims, our research director, he's off to the races. And then, at a certain point, our controller, Chris Brackett, will jump in. And David Jimenez, our secretary treasurer, at a certain point in the budget presentation, he's going to say a few words, but those words that David Jimenez will say will be very important to some people in Local 1000. Very, very, very important. So stay tuned. And then after all the questions after they're done, and then I'll say, okay, are there any questions from the board? And then the board can say, hey, we have questions for Chris Brackett. And then Chris will answer their questions. I don't think there'll be any questions for David, but maybe, possibly. And maybe for Kenny Sims, possibly. You may have a couple for me. And then after all the questions are answered, we're going to do a roll call. Yes or no. Hopefully we have a quorum. We'll do a roll call. And we're going to vote this new budget in unanimously. And when we do, when everyone votes yes on this budget, when we do, I'm going to be so, so, so very happy. Because we're off to a great start for 2022. We're not going to get this year off started on negativity, bad vibes. We're not going to do that. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're going to keep our eyes on the prize. We're going to stay focused. And who cares if we're in a fantasy? When the elements are earth, wind, and fire, keep your head to the sky, for the clouds will surely tell you why. Oh, 6:30. All right, let's bring up the PowerPoint budget presentation. Let's bring it up. Is it up? We're good to go? Okay. Kenny Sims, Research Director. It's on you.
Well, thank you, Richard, and good evening, board. It's good to see all of you today. It's been about 6 months since we last met each other. My name is Kenny Sims. I'm the director of the research department here at Local 1000. I've been in that role now for a couple of years, and prior to that, some of you, we may have met or crossed paths when I was in the contract department negotiating meeting confers and MOUs. So I'd like to get started. We're just going to review some long-term data trends and some other data that speaks to some of the things that have been going on in the union over the last decade or so, as well as some other facts about staffing and stuff like that. So if I can have the first slide, please. So after I present, as Richard indicated, Chris Brackett will be coming up and he'll be giving the budget side of the presentation. So next slide, please. So officer stipend savings. As we all know, since President Brown took office, none of the officers are taking stipends. And so there are some cost savings associated with that over the next couple of years. What we have between what's happened already in 2021 up to December currently, and then in 2022, 2023, and 2024, We should have around ongoing savings to expenses of around $150,000 each of those complete years. And when you add this all up over the full term of 3.5 years, it saves around $526,000 in expenses to the union. Next slide, please. So here is, one of the long-term data trends that we always think about here at Local 1000. And this is a representation. It's the monthly membership rate from September 2009 to December 2021. So each month is calculated and put and plotted on this red line. And what we see here is a couple of long-term trends that I think are important for context and to understand where we are with our membership numbers today. So, and this is like the full spectrum of data that we have available. There's been different sort of tracking and software systems over the last 12 years that we've had here at Local 1000. Some of you remember Unionware, then we switched to Compass. So I have to compliment our IT department, which is actually so good at integrating these multiple databases to get these long-term views, and then to be able to like keep good track and good analysis, which we like in the research department, of what some of these important data points say. So when we look at the data we have available, we see that in September 2009, we actually were at the highest peak in our membership rate in terms of the whole spectrum that we have. And it was at 65.8%. As you know, then we see that data and that trend go up and down through the years. We get to 2010, 2011, we have different events happening with either the recession, the Great Recession we had, as well as changes in administration, different contract negotiations point. By the time we get to August 2014 in this long-term trend, we see a bottoming out point of 59.7%. At that point, we see an inflection or a turn in the data trend for our membership rate, and we see it going back up, and it continues to jump back up, up, and up. And we see two peaks in June 2017. We get to our second highest point over this time span of 64%. So June 2017, 64%. Then we see it drop again, and we build back up to 64% in June 2018. And then at that point, that is the most recent peak we've had in our membership rates. And then we see a steady decline from June 2018, month to month. It continues to go down, go down, go down, up until the point where we get to December 2021 at 54.7%. Another way to think about what's happened since June 2018 to this current month is we've lost around, close to 9 to 10% in our membership. And so when you separate that out, but how much is that a year? That's an annual decline or half a year decline when you just calculate it out of around 2.66%. So right now we're at 54.7% membership. If that trend of 2.66 or so continues in a couple of years, you can see what kind of position that leaves the union. So this is an opportunity in a moment to really think about what this long-term data says, what it says about where we've been going with this data trend, and how do we think about creating a new inflection point so we can see that point going up. Next slide, please. Another thing that's of interest is sort of just what's the breakdown in the composition of, our Local 1000 membership. So as some of you know, we actually have, we get certain types of data that our political and legislative departments have used in the past to help us organize our voting campaigns, and it's called VAN data. And what it is, it's data that we get that coordinates the roster we get from the state with databases that SEIU International tracks, and it's a way of compiling what do we have or what do we know based on who's registered to vote, of what the political composition of our membership looks like, of all represented employees. So, not everybody who is with Local 1000 is registered to vote. Not everybody is eligible to vote because, there's certain requirements, but you can still, And so we have around 81,222 people who we're aware of exist in our roster, who are also registered and active participants in the voting process, or could be. So when you break this down by political party, and I have it here both by bargaining unit and by party, just to give you a little bit more perspective or nuance as to, how the different bargaining units are composed politically. But overall, what we get is a sense of around 49% of our total membership are our members who they're with the Democratic Party. They're registered to the Democratic Party. Then with the Republican Party, we have around 21 or 22, 21.2%. and then decline to state, which is, in the history and the process of California, the decline to state group has actually been growing over the last few years, over the last few decades in California, as a growing body of how people are registering in California. It's actually at 23.3%. So there's actually more decline to state than there are Republican Party registered voters in our union. And then, of course, we have the next largest one is other. And then we get to the smaller parties that have some representation in our membership, Libertarian being the largest of these, sort of after the other. And then it goes all the way down to the Working Families Party. We have one person in the Working Families Party who is part of our membership. So, oh, okay. Next slide, please. Sorry, there's just a little bit of feedback. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Also with Local 1000, I just wanted to give a quick snapshot. I got this data. It's the freshest data I could get. I think it's either from this morning or yesterday afternoon. Thank you, HR departments. Just what is the current composition of our staffing? So what we have is we have 76 exempt rank and file, and we have 35 non-exempt rank and file people in our group. Now, somebody asked earlier during the day, what is the difference between exempt rank and file and a non-exempt rank and file? So let me just spend a few minutes talking about that. In case that question is still out there, I want to make sure that we get it clear. Exempt and non-exempt is really about whether you are salaried or hourly, right? So within Local 1000 in the UAW bargaining unit, they have both. We have union reps, we have research analysts, which are the people on my team. We have contract negotiating reps, which are also union reps. They're all salaried employees, so they're not hourly. They would be classified, that's what is captured here as the exempt rank and file. So they're exempt from the laws that govern how you make sure that labor laws applied properly to hourly employees. They're exempt from certain requirements. And then the non-exempt are our salaried employees within sort of the UAW rank and file. So we have, these would be the administrative assistants who support all the work we do. This would be Donna, who's in the front office. If you've been to the Sacramento office, she is part of that non-exempt rank and file. Then we have 3 who are rank and file exempt, but they're confidential. So they occupy or they're in classifications that are part of the UAW contract, but they're confidential. So they're actually kind of restricted away from the UAW contract. You see this in state service too, where you have certain positions like AGPA who will also be confidential. So they're not necessarily represented by Local 1000, but they still make up the state body workforce. So this is how it breaks down for us. And then at the very bottom, we have 31 managers who make up the staff at Local 1000. And when I say managers here, this combines what you've commonly heard of as area coordinators, or the term supervisor, as well as directors like myself. And so that gives us a total staff current field position of 145 professional staff who support Local 1000. And then we right now have 8 vacancies that we're trying to fill, 5 in the rank and file and 3 in the management. Okay, next slide, please. So one of the things I really want to cover here is I'm going to take a little bit of time to go year by year and just look at sort of the overall breakdown of how many staff have come in and out of working for Local 1000. So I'm going to go from 2010 to 2021 and just, who's come in and out. So the way these tables contain is each line is one individual. And we can't give you their names, we can't give you their titles because there's certain privacy restrictions for that. But what we can provide is what department they were associated with. So we have the field, we have the Union Resource Center, we have IT, contract, research, and the year they started, the year they ended, and these are organized by the year in which they ended. This is 2010. And then whether the separation was for voluntary or involuntary reasons. And in a couple of years down the road, you'll see that there's a couple of cases where it's blank. It's just because, as I said, we've gotten better at tracking data. We've gotten better keeping our records, but there's a couple instances, not many, where that's not present. But it's not that the data wasn't available, but it's not that anybody took the data out from the database. So in 2010, we had 16 departures. Next slide, please. In 2011, we had 32 departures across all categories, across all departments. And you'll see as we move through the years that the 30s is actually a place where it hovers. Next, please. In 2012, we had 37 departures, and that represents the high watermark in terms of the total maximum number of staff who've left the local 1000. And in that particular year also is when we had a CFO leave. And so that's highlighted in that yellow bar. That represents that we had one of our CFOs who's been in the history of local 1000 who's left. 37 departures as the high watermark. Next, please. In 2013, we had 33 departures. And again, another CFO left that year. So what 2 consecutive years a CFO left. Next, please. In 2014, we had 29 departures across all the categories. Next, please. In 2015, we had around 33 departures. And this is, you'll see, there's a couple of rows here that don't have a reason, voluntary, involuntary. Some of the records just weren't kept tight, but you know, that's very limited to a few, just a couple of years. Next, please. In 2016, we had 31 departures. Next slide, please. In 2017, there's a drop. We have 15 departures that year. Next slide, please. In 2018, we go back up. We have 20 departures. In 2019, coincidentally, we have 19 departures. Next slide, please. In 2020, we had 14. And then in 2021, we had 33 departures, which is actually a pretty common sort of it's not the average, it's what we call the mode, like one of the most common. So it's another way of calculating sort of what's kind of normal. And we have 2 CFOs this particular year leave. Next slide, please. So this just presents the data in another way, just breaks it down for you all in one chart by year. Over the course of the data that we have, which is from 2010 forward, we had 58 involuntary departures, 8 people for whom data there is not available, and voluntary departures, we had 246 for a total of 312 departures by year. And then as you can see, you know, we start low at 16, we stay in the 30s or near the 30s for the most of the data spread, and then we come back up to the 30s. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, next slide, please. Okay, and so what this here does is presents the data a little bit differently. I wanted to take some averages to just see what the average number of departures was by category across years. So for involuntary reasons, voluntary reasons, and overall. In this particular chart where we didn't have a reason, I excluded that data. I just really wanted to keep it so that the numbers here add up, even though where there's an asterisk in 2014, 2013, 2016, and 2015, we know there's 8 people across those 4 years which are not included in this table. But if you were to reconcile this table with the tables I gave you before, that would be wise, because this is really looking at the relationship of involuntary to voluntary to overall as presented in this chart. And the way you would read this chart is if you look at the involuntary on the left, if you look at all the way total departures to the bottom, as I said, there's 58, right? And so over the 12-year span, on average, how many is that a year? It's 4.8 involuntary departures a year. So that's at the bottom. So then what I did was for each row where there's a value, like for example, in 2020, there's 1 involuntary departure, is that high or low compared to the average? So what it is, it's about 3.8 people. I know I'm being fractional here with people, I apologize, just using math. That is, we're below average. So wherever you see red is because that year for the involuntary departures would be below average, and then where it's above average. And the way it's also organized here is from lowest to highest overall, so that if you see the total number of departures, it's 14 at the bottom with the highest years at the very bottom. So if you look at the voluntary column, it's the same thing. 2020 is the year with the lowest number of departures. 13 were voluntary at 7.5 departures below what the average is for voluntary, which is, if you look all the way down, 20.5 voluntary departures per year. So it's just a way to compare the trends that we see in any particular year across the full data span that we have, which is the 12 years from 2010 to 2021. As a way to provide context as to whether, you know, this particular year is abnormally high average, normal, or just something that is part of a longer term trend, which in fact it is, because 30s, 29s, 30s is actually quite common in terms of the total number of departures. So hopefully that makes sense. When you get a chance to look at this, you could always send me an email if you have additional questions about the chart, but I try to make my graphics in a way that is very easy to understand and look up. Next slide, please. So here we have, this is a representation of the current DLC president's roster. And what this chart shows, not only does it show the names organized by DLC number, but also the presidents that are highlighted in orange are those presidents who in the most recent race ran unopposed. So it provides a context to understand, what is the landscape for the competitive races of DLCs across California and across SCIU Local 1000. Next slide, please. Okay, as you all know, a couple months ago, we sent out a survey. We were asking members about their voices and their representation in the board of directors. And so in the first case, the first question, or one of the questions we're going to highlight today is, do you feel your DLC president represents your voice when he or she votes for you at the BOD, such as with the $1 million given to SCIU State Council to help Governor Gavin Newsom successfully defeat his recall? 2,486 represented employees answered that question, and the majority, 65.2%, said no. Next question, please. Has your DLC president or bunk chair asked your opinion about motions to be presented at the board of directors prior to voting on these motions? 2,473 people answered, 83.4% said no, 16.6% said yes. Next question, thank you. Are you aware of the dates and times for BOD meetings? 2,484 individuals answered, 84.4% said no, and 19.6% said yes. Are you aware of the contents of the BOD agenda and current events involving the union and its represented employees, including dues paying members that will be discussed at a board of directors meetings? 2,478 individuals responded, 85.1% said no, 14.9% said yes. We're on a roll. Next slide, please. Have you been invited to attend and given the opportunity to provide feedback at board of directors meetings prior to the voting on issues? 2,474 individuals answered, 81.2% said no, and 18.8% said yes. Next, thank you. And would you like to have a voice at the board of directors meeting to speak on matters that concern you as a represented employee or dues paying member? 2,469 individuals responded to our survey. 79.9% said yes, and 29.1% said no. Okay, that is the last slide for me. If we can go to the next slide, please. At this point now, I am going to pass this over to our esteemed controller, Chris Brackett. And with that, I know there's a camera switch. So thank you very much, board.
All right, am I on? Okay. Hi, my name is Chris Brackett. I am the controller here in your union. And good evening. I think a lot of you know me from the time that I've been in the accounting department. I've worked here for, what has it been, 11 or 12 years now in various roles. And since June, I've worked as the controller. So look forward to presenting this budget. And the only thing I ask is that you keep an open mind as we're going through it. And at the conclusion of the presentation, Richard's going to be opening things up to questions, and I'll be happy to answer those for you. Let's get started. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're going to start with, there's a couple of different reports that we're going to be going through. The first one is the statement of net assets, which is, you may also know it as a balance sheet. And this is a snapshot of where we were financially as of to date. So as of the end of last year, and as of October 31st of this year. So let's go through some of these numbers. First, we have cash. There's unrestricted cash and restricted cash. So the restricted cash, it's a very small amount that's in there. That's $14,000. That represents, that's funds that we've reserved for health savings accounts, which is a benefit that we give to staff. The rest of the cash is unrestricted, which means we've got nothing legally preventing us from using that for normal operations. So what you can see here is that we had a $3.4 million increase in cash during the 10 months in 2021. And most of that, sorry, that's a 4.9 million increase. So about 3.4 million of that, most of that came from investments that we had that matured. So there were CDs, bonds that reached their maturity date and were converted from cash. And so if you look just a few lines down, there's a row there titled investments in CDs and bonds. And that decrease that you're seeing there, that $3.4 million decrease, that's the other side of that. So that's just investments shifting to cash. Moving farther down to receivables, nothing major going on here. Accounts receivables about, that's a fairly normal fluctuation. Most of those receivables have to do with grants that we've been awarded that as of those cutoff dates hadn't been paid, but were expected to be paid in the near term. There's dues and fees receivable, again, about the same now as it was at the end of last year. And then note receivable current portion. So that line is a loan to CSEA. When CSEA sold the building here in Sacramento on O Street, those funds were split up between the affiliates, including Local 1000. And we entered into an agreement at that time that the proceeds from that loan would be paid back over time rather than all at once. And so this is part of that balance that's left. It's the current portion. So that's what we expect to receive in the 12 months following that date. Let's see, then moving farther down to other assets. Again, nothing really shocking here. These numbers are similar to what we had last year. So let's go to the next slide. Note receivable. So this is, let's see, note receivable net of current portion. So this is the long-term portion. This is the rest of the loan that we expect to be repaid to us more than a year out from October 31st. Next slide. All right, so next we've got property and equipment. Those are things like the buildings here in Sacramento. We own the block here where this building is. There's a total of 3 buildings on this property, as well as the parking lot that's here. All these numbers are shown net, which means net of depreciation. So for something like a building, it's said to have a useful life of some period of time, 30 years. And the cost of that gets spread out on our financial statements over a period of time. So so that net cost is the total, the original purchase price, minus that depreciation that's accumulated over time, reducing the total value of the buildings, the equipment. This includes everything from furniture to computers, workstations. It also includes improvements that we've made on leased properties as well. And then finally, we have, let's go to the next slide. All right, so we're moving on to liabilities. And I didn't show the total assets. Well, once we get to the end of this this report here, I'll have something that kind of summarizes the different sections. So current liabilities, again, nothing really shocking, no major changes here. We'll move on. Let's go to the next slide. Non-current liabilities. So I should say that current liabilities, those are liabilities, that's money we owe that we expect to have to pay during the next 12 months. So non-current liabilities, the slide that we're on right now, that's everything that we expect to have to pay farther out than that, more than a year out. So we've got deferred revenue, which is kind of an accounting adjustment that we make that's related to some of the leases that we have. And we have bank loans. That 6 million that you're seeing there, that is a loan that we took out a few years ago with our bank, Umpqua Bank. And that represents the non-current portion of that loan. So the portion of the loan that's due more than a year out. All right, next slide. Okay, and then finally, we've got net assets. That's broken up into board designated and non-board designated. So the board designated net assets, I think most of you are fairly familiar with those. Those are funds that you all as the board and your predecessors set up at some point in the past. And we've got a contingency fund, an SEIU reserve board fund, strike fund, and a DLC forfeiture fund. And then everything else that we have that hasn't been set aside for a specific purpose is in that non-board designated line item. And at the bottom, we've got total net assets, and let's move on to the next slide. Okay, and then here's a summary of all those different sections. So we've got current assets, other assets, and so on and so forth. And this is the same financial information that was sent out. When was that? I think that was Monday.
Correct. Monday night,
Right.
5:30.
Right. All right, next slide, please. Okay, now we're moving on to the fun stuff. We've got the statement of activities and proposed budget. So this, just to give you a little introduction on what we're going to be looking at, this is essentially an income statement. So it's showing all the money, the revenue we brought in as an organization, and it's showing expenses, money that we spent out as an organization over different periods of time. And let's move on to the next slide. So what I've wanted to do here is there's a couple things. So one is just to make sure that the board has up-to-date financials on what's happened over the past year. So if you look at the, let's see, it's about the third and the fourth column in, year to date as of October 31st, 2021, and the projected 2021. So that year to date, those are actual numbers as of the end of October. And the following column, projected 2021, is where we're projecting that how much, or projecting out to the end of the year, how much revenue we will have brought in by that time for the entire year, and how much we'll have in expenses. So I'll be referring at times to that the projected 2021 column. I've also included actual numbers for both revenue and expenses for 2019 and 2020, just so we can see how some of those numbers have changed over time. And then also the budgets that were passed by the board in the past for 2019 and 2021. Obviously there's other years in there. We could have included 2020. I could have gone back and included 2018, 17, 16. I didn't want to overload all of you with a report that's got 50 columns of data on it. But what I did want to include is enough of the relevant information that I used to build the budgets for 2022 through 2024, just so you can understand my thought processes on that, and understand the rationale for why those numbers are the way they are in the proposed budgets. So starting with revenue, I think the thing that's going to pop out to all of you right away is that we are budgeting a significant increase to dues revenue. So what we're looking at here is we're starting with our current membership of, what was that, Kenny? 45.7% membership rate, something like that right now.
54.7.
Sorry, yeah, 54.7. Yeah, rounding up to 55. Thank you. I knew what I meant. It just came out wrong. But yeah, 45.7. So rounding up to 55. That's where we are right now at 55% membership rate. That means 55 out of every 100 represented state employees is a member right now. And this budget it sets an ambitious goal. So it's setting a goal of increasing membership by 10% across 2022. And again, by an additional 10% during 2023, and ultimately reaching a point where 3 out of every 4 represented state employees are members. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, whoa, that's crazy. That's impossible. So I just want to point out that this is not a projection in the traditional sense. So it's not this is what we think revenue is going to look like if all things stay the same way that they are right now. This is really about setting a target, setting the goalpost high. And it's something that I think could force us to really have a fundamental shift in how we think about recruiting members and bringing people on board as partners in this union. So so that's how we get to the 52 million in 2022, 62 in 2023, and up to just under 66 in 2024. Looking below that, we have, and I'm going to try to just focus on some of the major points here and not necessarily hit every line item in there. If some of you have questions about anything that I didn't cover, I'll be happy to answer those to the best of my ability once I've gotten through the presentation here. So we've got transfers to PACs. That's that third item there under dues revenue. That's based on our current dues plan. Something I believe that was set by the board at some point in the past. And that allocates $1.50 for each member to the candidate PAC. So that's something that's continuing the way that that's always been done. Next slide, please. All right, now into expenses. So compensation, this is the bulk of our staff costs. And as I think most of you know, we had a new contract that was negotiated with UAW this year. And as a result, there are increases that we're expecting over the next next few years based on that. So these amounts that you're seeing here take that into account. They also take into account the fact that right now our staffing levels are lower than where they've been in the past. In the near past, I mean, Kenny's slide on that got into that in greater detail. But what this budget is projecting out is an increase to the staffing levels that we had at the beginning of this year, as well as increases due to that UAW contract and increases as well to management salaries. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so here we're still looking at staff costs. And these are based here on, again, just some of the same things that we've been talking about. Yeah, nothing major here. Let's go to the next slide. Employment benefits and taxes. All right, so here again, this is just driven by the costs that we talked about on that first compensation slide. So I'll skip past this. We'll go to the next slide. All right, so now we're looking at union leave and officer stipends. So for union leave, let's see, for union leave for the officers, that's based on where we are right now as of the end of the year, and projecting that out into 2022 through 2024. The short-term and long-term union leave, the next two rows in that section, those are looking at an increase of about 25% from union leave spending as it is right now. So that's not union leave spending just as we've projected for the year for 2021. At the beginning, for the first 6 months of 2021, union leave spending was quite a bit higher than it was when Richard first started. We had an initial drop in union leave, sort of a rethinking, and that's been slowly, but I think steadily, that's been adding back and increasing up to the point that we're at right now. So I'm looking at increasing that another 25% over where we are right now in the first year. And then in 2023, which is a bargaining year, an additional 10% increase is reflected there. Just to reflect the normal increase that we expect during bargaining years, as we've got more people, members off on union leave, many of them actively involved in the actual contract bargaining full-time. Let's see, down to the bottom of this section, officer stipends. So those are at zero right now. So they've been at zero since July. So those numbers are projected out in this proposed budget to be zero for all 3 years. Next slide. All right. This section, other employee member expenses. If you look at, so what I'd invite you all to do is, just as you're looking at these different areas, if you're looking at this and you're thinking, I've got a question, why is this number where it is in the budget for 2022 through 2024? Look back at what we budgeted for 2021, which was the most recent year, or 2019, which I included because that was a contract bargaining year, so costs were higher there. And look back to what we've actually been spending, so what we projected to spend in 2021 or what we spent in 2019 or 2020. So here, the amounts that I am budgeting, we've got Staff training, it's based on a 3-year average. Member training. We haven't had much that was in that area, charged into that area in a while. I set that at 15,000, which is pretty close to the.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Once Chris Brackett thoroughly goes through this financial forecast for the 2022 budget, and he answers all the questions, and we're going to let David Jimenez, the VP Secretary Treasurer, speak. Once they go through all this and answer everyone's questions, we're going to call the meeting to order. We're going to do a roll call. Hopefully we'll have at least 33 people, and we will do a yes or no vote on this. Okay, I'm so sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Yeah, anyway. So all these costs in this section are fairly low, so I'm just going to move on to the next slide. All right, we are at travel and meetings. So this is an area that's a little difficult to project out right now. If you go back to, you look at 2019 total travel and meetings, we've got $6.2 million in there. Then you go to 2020, that's that second column, look at total travel and meetings, and we're down to $750,000. I mean, that's a huge decline. And most of that spending happened in the first 3 months of 2020 before the pandemic hit and before things really shut down. There was a fundamental shift in how we were able to communicate and get together and meet. So then by the time you get to the current year, we're projecting out right now about $50,000 in, well, that's meeting costs. So about 132,000 total for travel and meetings. So that's just almost nothing compared to what we had spent in 2019. Looking forward though to 2022, 2023, 2024, we don't want to say that we should expect the same kind of spending, because we should expect that there's going to be some sort of opening up in a bigger way that didn't happen in 2020 or didn't happen in 2021. But the pandemic has also fundamentally changed how we think about meeting together. It used to be that some meetings, the only way that we would ever have them is in person. And if that meant getting up at 6 in the morning and driving to an airport and flying across the state and then getting a taxi and going to some other building and waiting for everybody to show up, buying food for everyone and spending the whole day and then doing the whole thing in reverse, that's how it would happen. So what I'm trying to budget here is not at all an elimination of meeting in person. I'm budgeting a significant increase actually from what we've actually had in 2020 and 2021. But I also don't want to assume, we really can't assume that costs should go back up to where they were before, pre-pandemic. And that's because we have found that there are meetings that in the past had to be done in person that not only can be done virtually through Zoom, but in a lot of cases that, and not in every case, but in a number of cases, that can be the preferred way of doing it, of holding the meeting, just because it's the best way to get the most involvement, the most number of people there, and because it is cost efficient. So the budget that I have in there is about 1.8 million for 2022. And I have inflation built into these numbers, as well as a bump in 2023 for contract bargaining. And that's how I got to the numbers there of 2.5 million for 2023 and 2.6 million for 2024.
Looks good.
All right, next slide. Office supplies. It is what it is. Nothing really weird here. Let's go to the next slide. Communications. So again, this budget isn't really significantly different than what we've spent in the past or what we've budgeted in the past. Let's go to the next slide. Media, advertising, and reproduction. Again, not vastly different than what we've done in the past. Let's go to the next slide. Personal services, we'll have this spread across 2 slides. So yeah, again, here, the proposed budget is looking back to, in some cases here, spending that we've done in the past, in some cases based on what we've budgeted in the past. Let's see, I'm just looking to see if we've got any major changes that I wanted to touch on. Again, if you've got questions on this, I'll be happy to answer those at the end of the presentation. So let's move on to the next slide. And here's the rest of those. The external organizing, I'll touch on that just because that's $1 million per year for each of those years. That is that's an obligation that we have to SEIU International. From what I understand, that's a negotiated amount, so that has changed from year to year, but most recent years have been $1 million or higher. So I've budgeted $1 million there. Next slide, please. All right, dues and subscriptions. So this is a significant cost area. We've got over 10 million that we're projecting in this area for 2021. And this, and you'll notice the budget is increasing, goes to 11, goes to 13 to 14 by 2024. This is tied to membership numbers. So the same, I'll call them again, ambitious goals that the budget sets for membership increases and increases of revenue there are also reflected in increases to these expenses here in this section. The biggest areas being the dues that we pay to SEIU International and as well as SEIU California and other labor affiliates as well. DLC per capita dues are also in there. DLC forfeitures, I'll just briefly touch on those. Those were extremely high this year. 240,000 is what we're projecting for the entire year. And that happens, I'm sure you all know that happens if a DLC hasn't submitted a budget on time for the year. They don't get any additional dues every month until they get that budget in. So those are subtractions from the line that's 2 rows above that, the DLC per capita dues. Or if a DLC has accumulated a fund balance beyond a certain point, which means basically that they're not spending. So it happens most often if we have DLCs that just aren't holding maybe as many meetings as they want to. If they accumulate a fund balance up to a certain point, they will, the DLC ends up forfeiting dues. There's 2020 and 2021 were I think maybe a little rough for the DLCs trying to figure out how to hold these meetings and how to get members together. And, you know, obviously if your DLC is holding your meeting on Zoom, you're not going to be buying food for everybody. So your costs aren't going to be as high. So it's understandable that number is higher, but I'd encourage all of you DLC presidents to make sure you finish your budgets and get them approved by your membership, and by the end of the year, and get them over to Gino and DLC Finance by the end of January, so we can avoid that happening again next year.
I think David Venice has been talking to the DLC presidents about that as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. David's been reaching out to individual DLC presidents about that. All right. Next slide. Central support. So these are payments that we make to CSEA that we are contractually obligated to pay. So I'm budgeting based on it's pretty close to what we're projecting for 2021 and slightly less than our budgets for 2019 and 2021 based on what we've actually spent. Next slide. All right, facility expenses. So these are related to the buildings that we have, both the buildings that we own and space that we lease. Let's see. So we are, I guess the most significant change here is the budget in the budget for office rent. And the biggest piece of that increase is the Oakland office that we're currently leasing, that's up for renewal during this next year. And we're looking at a significant cost increase there. So at this point, I actually want to pass it off to David Jimenez, who had a few things that he wanted to say about facilities and about what's going on there.
So I don't see David Jimenez in the queue. He's there. Okay, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, David. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. This is David Jimenez, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer. I just wanted to share a little bit about the facilities use. That is something that I discussed and shared some about during the budget committee meeting a few weeks back. Basically, we are looking at the use of the facilities. They're not going away, because I know a lot of people have misinterpreted what some of the information that we put out. They're not being shut down. What we're looking at is savings and downsizing, because as I pointed out previously in the budget committee, we have in Oakland alone over 8,000 square feet. And so we are looking to downsize to a more modest or smaller size that will still allow us to hold meetings that can accommodate 40 members in one room, besides the needed office space for assigned staff to the field office. So they are not going away, and Oakland is first on the sites because their lease is due to expire June of 2022, so just a few months from now. After that is Fresno, but there's no the Fresno office is not excessively large. It is a good size, and it's used by the DLCs in that area frequently. So no concern there. The next office, field office with an expiring lease, is the LA office, and that is, I believe, April 30th of 2023. And that one is also quite large, very, very large. I think it's over 10,000 square feet there. So that office will be looking also for savings. It's very expensive rent in downtown LA. So there will be, we'll be looking to save some money in that area as well. There is discussion regarding some of the smaller satellite offices. Their rents are very, very cheap compared to the field offices. And some of these locations are very, very small. Rents as cheap as $325 a month. So it's not like we're looking to, it's not like we're going to gain a whole bunch of savings from moving or closing those offices. But there will be more discussion with the area DLC presidents regarding their use. So basically, where we expect to get savings from is the large field offices, and that would primarily be the Oakland and LA. So yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to share regarding the facilities use.
All right, thanks, David. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. We have other expenses, just kind of a hodgepodge of different things in there. Let's see, we've got about halfway down. We've got 2 slides actually, facility expenses. So there's the rest of them. Let's move on to the next slide. There we are, other expenses. So just jumping down to areas where we've got anything that varies is a little different. Next slide, actually, the second page of other expenses. We have right at the top there, internal election expense. So we had about $420,000 budgeted. There for 2021. We've got another just $600,000 budgeted for the next 3-year period in there, which is more than the prior budget, but comes in quite a bit less than what we actually spent this last time around. In the last round of internal elections, we had what was it? An extra VP, an additional VP bargaining.
That ran us 360,000. Redo of the VP of bargaining. Repeat of bargaining election, 360,000. Yeah.
So, getting a little bit of an echo. There we go. All right, so let's see, another area where we've got some change is in interest expense. And this is actually kind of a cool, exciting thing to share here. So we've had a bank loan with Umpqua. I touched on that earlier when we were going through the statement of net assets. And that loan had I believe it was something like a 4.25%, 4.5% interest rate that we were paying. And it was had a balloon payment of like a final payment, something like $10 million that was going to come due in 2025. And this loan had a stipulation on it that basically required that we have to keep most of, we have to collateralize the loan with cash or certain investments. So what that basically meant was that we had the cash in our bank account. We could take it and maybe drop it into an investment account, try to make some money off of it there. But if we actually took that cash and spent it down to the point where we didn't have most of it anymore, we would no longer be in compliance with the terms of the loan, and the bank could at that point actually call the loan and require immediate repayment. So what that meant was that really we couldn't use most of those funds for the operations of this organization. They wouldn't be available for, say, if we wanted to use it for a strike fund, if we needed it to pay payroll, whatever the case was, we wouldn't be able to do that. And at a 4 or 4.5% rate of interest that we were paying on that, and investment options that weren't going to make us that much, we were losing money on that loan. And so actually just this month, we after a recommendation by the budget committee, we paid off that loan and ended up saving, we've calculated that we're saving close to $1 million in interest over the next, between now and 2025, when the loan was going to be payable. So that's huge.
Wait, repeat that last statement again. About the $1 million.
We're saving close to $1 million in interest by paying off that loan.
Okay, so the reason why I asked them that question is people are texting me and they're like, they're having a hard time following the 2019, the 2020, and then the year to date as of October 31st, 2021. So I was trying to answer people to tell them on text, it's all in here, what you're talking about. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm trying to tell them, I don't know how they're not reading this correctly. But
Okay, well, yeah, if there's some people that aren't, there's a number of people that aren't reading it correctly,
okay,
or having a hard time understanding it, then I don't want to fly through this too
Right.
fast then
No.
without addressing that.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna walk us through the columns, and hopefully try to explain well enough what is being included in there. So the first 4 columns represent, so that's the 2019 column, 2020, and then there's those 2 columns after that for 2021. That's representing everything that is basically from this year back. 2019, that column, that's what actually happened in 2019. The 2020 column, that's what actually happened in 2020. And then that third column there, year to date as of October 31st, 2021, those are our actual numbers for the year up until October 31st, 2021. The column after that is the projected 2021 column. There, we're showing what we believe this report will look like at the end of the year, once all the expenses are posted, all the revenue is posted. And in some cases, that's assuming that for the last 2 months, we're going to be spending the same as what we spent during the same monthly spend rate as what we had been spending each month during the first 10 months. In some cases, we're looking at changes. So maybe there were some price increases that happened during the year, and those price increases are going to be in place still at the end of the year for those last 2 months. So that's all built into that projection there. The next 2 columns after that are the board approved budgets for 2019 and for 2021. So those are past budgets that already went through a review by the board of directors and were voted on and were approved. The final 3 columns, those are the budgets that I'm proposing to the board this evening for hopefully for a vote where we can get this passed. And those are based on a number of things, including projections of where we expect to be during those periods. So hopefully that answers the questions that are being asked. But again, if there's something else that's not clear, the goal here is not just to put a bunch of numbers out, but it's to make sure that you as the board understand what's being presented, why it's there, and understand what we're voting on. So please ask questions later on if you've got them. Let's move on now to the next slide, amortization and depreciation. So this is in the accounting world, when you buy a box of paper clips, it costs $1. You show $1 expense for the year for paper clips right away. But if you buy a like let's say you buy a building, for example, and the building costs $20 million, you're not going to show a $20 million cost all in that one year. it's when you start comparing your financial statements from year to year, it's going to look crazy weird. It's going to look like, that year the organization just had this crazy loss. And in all the other years before and after, they seem to be doing really well. That would, I think, raise more questions than it would answer. So what the depreciation seeks to do is to take those costs from big purchases, big spends, and to spread them out over the time period that the organization expects to benefit from those. So for a building, that could be 30 years. For a computer or laptop, that could be 3 years, that could be 5 years. It spreads those costs. So that's what we're seeing here. I've got budgets for the 3 years, the 2022 through 2024, that are based on, those are projections based on where we are now. And you'll notice that there wasn't a budget in there for those items for 2019 and 2021. And that was, I think maybe just kind of an attempt to sort of simplify things and kind of bring focus to some of the numbers that are a little more controllable on a year-to-year basis. But I've chosen to include those amortization and depreciation numbers in the budget that's being proposed tonight. So if you want to do an exact comparison of the prior budgets to this budget, you'd want to plug in some sort of a number in those budgets for 2019 and 2021 rather than having zeros in there. So looking back at history, that means adding another $1.2, $1.3 million in expenses.
I want to make sure I hear you clearly. The prior budgets in all these prior years excluded amortization and depreciation, but you decided for this budget, even though we're using the same format that was been used before in the past, to include this amortization and depreciation.
Right.
Because you thought that was really important.
Yeah, it's. I figured it's there. It's part of our financial position. It's part of the activity that's happened. I wanted to just make sure that all the information was out there and available.
Because there were questions asked this morning about were we presenting all the information, and we presented all the information like it's been presented in the past. And you actually went a step farther and gave us amortization and depreciation. That's never been done before.
Well, no, I don't want to say it's never been done before, because I think there were other budget presentations that did have amortization and depreciation in them, but not the last 3-year budget.
Not the last 3-year budget?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, we've got other income here. There's a few different areas. Parking lot revenue is in there. Those amounts in the budgeted amounts are quite a bit lower. If you look at the columns right before, lower than what was budgeted in 2019, and significantly lower than the actual parking lot revenue we had in 2019. We had almost $90,000 in revenue in 2019. So what that is that here in Sacramento, we've got the parking lots that are in between the buildings here, and we've got an agreement with I believe it's the city of Sacramento that converts this into a public pay lot after 5:30 or 6, something like that, in the evening and on weekends. And so allows people to park there, and we get a percentage of that revenue. And we've also got space that we rent out to organizations that are nearby. There's an event organization that rents some space from us that is right here, just a block away. But with the pandemic, there's less people out and about in this area in the evenings and weekends. So that revenue is down. That was never really a significant portion of our revenue as an organization, but just wanted to point that out and explain why that's down. And let's see. So miscellaneous income, I'm budgeting similar to what we've projected for 2021, which is quite a bit quite a bit less, I should say, than 2019 and 2020. Those numbers is $2.5 million numbers that you're seeing for 2019 and 2020. Those were, without making this more boring than it already is, those were accounting adjustments that resulted in increases there. Grant revenue is the last account in this section, and that's revenue that we get from various they're grants that we get that fund some of our apprenticeship programs. Like there's an LVN to RN apprenticeship. There's I think a couple or two or three different IT related apprenticeships there that are around based around training members for new job classifications, higher paying job classifications. And that's something that's done in partnership with the state to try to meet demand that they've got as well. All right, let's go to the next slide. And here we've got a summary of everything that we just saw in this report. So looking at the projection for this year, for 2021, that's about the center column, projected 2021. Our change in net assets that we're looking at is about a $1.3 million gain, $1.3 million increase. And which is pretty good actually when if you compare that to the budget, where we were budgeting about 7,600, so about break even, and we came out 1.3 million ahead this year over that. So that's something to feel good about. And then we've got the total budget numbers there. Change in net assets for 2022 through 2024. We're projecting an increase of 4.9 million in 22, 9.5 in 2023, and just under 12 million for 2024. And that is, well, that's about the end of this presentation. I guess I want to point out that spending, so what we've got in the budget for the next 3 years, it sets we've got that goalpost that we're setting on the revenue side to really tackle something that has been an issue for a lot of years, and that's been declining membership, and looking to find ways to not just decrease, not just to reverse that trend, but really to transform it into something that's altogether different, trying to bring together a lot more people into the union than we've ever done before. On the spending side, there really isn't a lot, I think, that is significantly different than what you as the board and what your predecessors have approved in the past. I've included a couple years of prior budgets, but we could go back farther than that, look at actual spending, look at actual budgets. And again, what we're doing here really isn't all that different than what's been done in the past. So hopefully I answered a lot of the questions that you all had during this. But I also look forward to being able to answer some of those questions that I'm sure some of you still have.
So thank you, Chris. I thought he did a fantastic job. So what we're going to do is we're going to let everyone who are on the board, the DLC presidents and bunk chairs, ask their questions. And once Chris or Kenny Sims needs to answer some questions, we'll answer everything. And after all those questions are answered, we will do a roll call and do a yes or no vote on this proposed 2022 budget. All right, so here we go. The first hand I see in the queue is Stephen, DLC 723, Stephen Alari. Go ahead, Stephen. First hand in the queue I see is Stephen Alari, DLC 723 president. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, Stephen O'Leary, President DLC 723. Mr. President, I request that you call the meeting to order.
Okay.
The board can decide on make the motion and follow the policy file
Right.
under section 3.2.11 board debate. The board
Now,
policy,
right.
the policy for local 1000
Right.
is that there is debate, that there's pro and con discussion
That's right.
on motions, and I make
That's
sure we're going to
correct.
follow. Okay,
And-
so
and so
based
let me-
on, okay, I have more questions, so please don't mute me after you answer that question. Thank you.
So let me be crystal clear. All day I've stated this is what we're doing. This is the process. Until we officially open this meeting, this is the process. I call this meeting. I am the chair, the president of Local 1000. Once we do the roll call and we have a sufficient number, then if they want to, quote, go into the Robert Rules of Order, then we will apply them. But until then, because I want everyone to see what's going on with this board of directors, I want everyone to see what they're trying to do. So, as I have stated, anyone on the board of directors from 6:30 to 8:30, you can ask your questions. Chris Brackett will answer your questions, maybe David Jimenez, maybe Kenny Sims. After all the questions are answered, because we don't need Robert Rules of Order to answer questions about this yes or no vote, then we'll do a roll call. And once we do the roll call, if we have the sufficient number, then we're going to do a yes or no vote. If then, Stephen Alari, you want to take this into a, quote, Robert Rules of Order and go all night and waste people's time, then that's what we'll do. Thanks for your question, sir.
I have more questions for you, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have
Go
more
ahead.
questions. I noticed that Chris, I guess is he acting controller or is he controller now?
As I stated earlier today, and I stated before this
I wasn't
meeting.
working, so there.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
no problem. So I'll say it for you again. Chris got a promotion in the summertime. He is the controller. Before, they had the controller and CFO as one title, and Chris never got his respect for all of his hard work.
Mhm.
And so when I arrived, I had a conversation, a private, confidential conversation with Chris and the former CFO. They both mutually agreed that this was the right thing to do. So he is the controller. Your next question, sir.
Yeah, this question is, during the presentation, it was mentioned that the budget committee had approved, I guess, the payment of the loan.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just, according to our policy file, section 5.1.05,
Yes.
the budget committee makes recommendations to the board of directors. The budget committee doesn't have the authority to decide it themselves. There was another budget committee meeting, I guess, where they also adopted a motion to purchase a new accounting system.
Yes.
That's another recommendation that would come to the board for approval. Are those
Right.
coming to the board for approval? Because that's a
No, they're Stephen.
$27,000 a year.
Stephen.
Yes, sir.
No, they're not. So the budget committee had a confidential meeting that I have the privilege to go to, and information was discussed in that confidential meeting. Some of those budget committee members are sitting on this board. A decision was made by the budget committee. I respect the decision. I appointed those people. They made their decisions as a group, and they said they were not violating the policy file. So your interpretation of the policy file is different than the group's, but that's not a problem because oftentimes we interpret the policy file differently. What's your next question, sir?
Well, section 5.1.05 E recommends to the
Right.
local 1000 board of directors
Right.
adoption,
You can-
amendment, or rejection of
But you can
motions.
quote the
subject to
policy
review.
file. You can quote the policy file all night, Stephen Alari. Your interpretation of that policy file is not the interpretation that the budget committee made. What's your next question? I've answered that
Is
twice.
the budget committee
I've answered that question twice, Stephen. What's your next question? Because you're wasting people's time. Come on.
Okay. Will during when the meeting is called to order and roll call is taken,
Yes, sir.
will there be debate?
You know
As
the
required
Robert
by the
rules.
policy book?
Again, you know the Robert rules of order. I have said this is a yes or no, up and down vote for this proposed budget, so we go into 2022 on a good note. It's always been a yes or no vote. The proposals there's never been any amendments to a proposed budget. So for you to say this now in front of everyone, now people are seeing who really wants to pass this proposed budget in its original format after all the hard work that Chris Brackett, our controller, and Kenny Sims, and our VP of Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez, has done. But now you're exposing yourself in front of the whole world about your, quote, desire to pass this budget in its original format. What's your next question, sir?
Oh, I'll pass now. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you for your time. Hopefully we'll have more questions for Chris so he can show you his brilliance. All right, so the next DLC president, we have Misty Del Rosario, 725 DLC president. Go ahead, Misty.
Good evening. I have a couple of questions and I have a comment really.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the comment. I'm trying to pay attention to the presentation, and I'm trying to ask questions within the chat for maybe other board members, since I know that you guys aren't necessarily not necessarily answering stuff in the chat right now. And the problem that I'm discovering and having is that we have some guests on that are being very unprofessional and spamming the chat. Okay. Now that's not, I don't have a problem with people being able to speak. That's fine. But my problem is some of us do use the closed captioning. We have a hard of hearing. And even when we minimize the chat, when someone puts in something, it pops up and it covers the closed captioning. And so when people are spamming, like cut and pasting spamming over and over and over again, that stops us from having the ability to read what's being presented in the closed captioning by Chris and Kevin and you. And it is incredibly unprofessional. I've asked several times for those people in particular to please stop. They also did this at the BOD. The same exact people did this at the BOD on Sunday during Mr. Koch's memorial, which was incredibly disrespectful. So I understand that you would like to allow the members in to watch the board. I understand that. But in order for us to be able to see and understand what's being presented, you're going to have to do something with that chat with the guests. Okay? Because the guests are being unprofessional and they are stopping us from being able to see and understand what is being presented on the screen. Now, I have to vote as a board member on what you presented to me, but I could not see half of it. And that is a horrible thing. It's horrible. And I know a lot of people are like, well, I get to talk, I get to do whatever. But the fact of the matter is some people have disabilities and we have to make adjustments for them. And that is one of the adjustments we made, was putting on the closed captioning. But in order for us to see it, you got to stop spamming the chat. And that's what I really, that's like the most important thing I really want to say more than anything right now, because it is driving me insane. I can't see anything. I can't see anything you guys are saying. And it's not right.
And I deeply apologize for that, Misty. Go ahead.
And the other thing is, I had a couple of questions. I noticed that we put the 2019 budget proposal and budget, and then 2021, but we skipped 2020. So my question to Chris was why was that? Was that just because it was COVID and it was an unusual year, or what was his thinking in just skipping that year? Just out of curiosity. And then I had a whole list of things I had written down. And of course, you called on me when I got up to help cook dinner for my kid. There was some questions about, oh, okay. So the revenue, we're showing an increase in revenue, which is one of the reasons why we've increased our spend, or we're going to increase our spending, correct? So my question would be, what happens if, for example, the revenue that we're hoping that comes from increased membership for member dues maybe does not pan out as fast as we would like it to? You know, maybe it's a little slower getting to us. And so we don't necessarily have that much money coming in on the first year because this is a 3-year budget.
Right.
What
Sure.
what are our plans, our contingency plans to make sure that we don't overspend in 2022 if, like, say, the membership doesn't rise as quickly as we hope?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, those are good questions. So I'll start with the let's see, the first question. So you were asking about the prior budgets that we have on this report here. We are showing 2019, the 2019 budget and the 2021 budget for comparison, but you were asking why aren't we showing 2020 as well? So
why was it just skipped? Sorry.
right, yeah,
Just
yeah. So
asking
that,
why
yeah,
it was
so
skipped.
that's not because yeah, I'm sure we could pull a 2020 budget maybe, and you may have one even from a prior board meeting. It's not that 2020 was somehow different. This isn't at all me cherry picking years to pick the years that I think are going to make my budget look the best or help me get what I want in there. What I did here is I included 2021, that budget, because I felt it was important to show the very last budget that we had right before the 2022 budget that we're going to be voting on, that the board will hopefully be voting on tonight. So that's in there for comparison. But 2021 was not a contract bargaining year. 2019 was a contract bargaining year. So the 2019 spending was significantly different. There was a whole lot more spending in 2019 than there was either in 2020 or 2021. And that's related to contract bargaining. So, you know, I could have included 10 years of budgets or 5 years of budgets or 3 years of budgets. It's already a whole lot of information that I'm presenting as it is. And what I was trying to do here is really try to trim it down to the most relevant information. And even then, even trimmed down, I mean, you look at it, it's a whole lot of numbers, a lot to try to follow. But I think what I included is what's going to be most helpful for understanding what we've spent in the past, what we've planned on spending in the past, and what we want to do, what we want to spend going forward.
Okay, I just was asking because I thought, well, maybe because it was a COVID year, it was an unusual spending pattern for us because we didn't spend what we had originally thought we were going to because we weren't doing meetings in person.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
that's
might
true.
have been the reason.
Right. Yeah, and that's true. It 2020 and 2021 were both unusual years in our actual spending. But those budget numbers, those aren't what we actually spent. Those are what we had planned on spending before we had any idea that the planet was going to be rocked by a pandemic. So we had budgeted to spend quite a bit more than we actually did in those years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Is that
fine.
helpful?
And then my last, yes, actually it was. Thank you. And then my last question was what we would do if the membership that we were hoping for and including in this budget proposal did not occur, or maybe like occurred slower than we would have liked. And you know, that could, I was looking at the budget and it's really not too big of a difference between what we're expending and versus what we think we're going to have incoming. And I know that I saw that a lot of more income was coming from member dues than in the past because we were anticipating going up. And I know that we can't force anyone to change as fast as like we'd like. And so sometimes there is maybe there might be a stall in our membership drive. And because of that, because of us already counting on spending money that we don't really have yet, I would like to know if there's some kind of contingency plan, or is there a way to cut certain parts of the budget so that we don't actually overspend if that money doesn't come to fruition?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's an excellent question to ask. So first of all, just looking at what we've done in the past, we've had, you know, if you go back and look at the past, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, there's been a number of years where we've had deficit spending. So we've been kind of spending down more than we're taking in. And that, you know, sometimes an organization is going to have things like that happen. Sometimes there's investments in certain things, there's campaigns, there's projects. But it had been a trend of spending more than what we have. That being said, you know, there's a limit to how long you can do that before you run out of money, right? And we're not at a point right now where that's a risk in the near term, but that's something that we need to be keeping an eye on, that we need to be planning for. And yeah, if you know, I think these are exciting goals that we have around membership. But yeah, if we're finding that if we were to find that membership levels aren't growing, there's a point where we would say that, okay, we can't continue the you know, this past practice that we've been doing of having this deficit spending. We need to find some areas to cut costs and to trim things up. So yeah, that's something that gets done on a regular basis as we prepare financials, as we look at the numbers monthly, quarterly, yearly, you know, both at the kind of finance department and you know, upper staff level, and you know, the job of all of you as board members. So yeah, that's a good thing to be keeping an eye on. Also keep in mind that some of these costs are either directly or indirectly driven by membership levels. So some of these costs are projected to increase as membership levels increase. So if membership levels don't increase, then and it's not a small amount that we're talking about either. But if membership levels didn't increase as fast as we wanted them to, then some of those costs would just automatically be lower than what we're projecting, what is in the budget for these 3 years.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome, Missy.
And we thank you, Missy, for calling in. There are a lot of people on the board, and a lot of people who are watching were probably having the same question. All right, our next question in the queue, DOC 790 President Cindy Doyle. Go ahead, Cindy. DOC 790 President Cindy Doyle. Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. I'm now unmuted. Okay, I have a list of questions here. Since we're not under Robert's Rules of Order, that means I have longer than 2 minutes to speak. So I'm going to ask a myriad of questions. Where are we, other than membership dues, where are we thinking the additional almost $8 million is going to come into play for increase in income starting next year? Are we assuming it's all from members' dues?
Are you?
Yes.
I was going to say the same thing. So.
Okay, so that's the first one. Second one is, just to be clear, since we have so many guests, when we're looking at this budget, we need to make it very clear that this is SEIU Local 1000's budget, not any DLC's budget. DLC's budgets are separate from SEIU Local 1000's. So those are totally separate items. Okay, just to be clear, everybody knows that. One of the line items you had listed that I'd really like an explanation on is the non-board $19 million item. That one sparked my interest and had me worried. Where is that supposedly non-board approval needed? If you mean erroneous funds, and if we don't approve it, it's automatically because it's on the budget?
Where is that $19 million that you're talking about, Cindy?
You had it in your presentation. Let's see, I can go scroll up to it. I was trying to make sure I saw all those pieces and I'm like, whoa, where'd that one come from? It was part of the stuff that you sent out to us too. It was yeah, $19 million in non-board affiliated items. I was like, wow, where is that coming from?
Okay, I see what you're looking at. That's from the statement of assets, liabilities, and net assets. That was the report that the first of the two reports that I presented, and that is towards the bottom of the second, well, towards the end of that presentation.
Non-board designated, yes.
Right. So yeah, that's a good question. So let me explain that a little bit more. What section are you on that balance sheet? The net assets.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the whole section, and I'm going to explain just kind of what that section is, which I think you may already have a handle on, but just in case anybody else listening doesn't. That whole net asset section. So that's basically like if it was a private corporation, we'd call it equity. If it was your DLC, we'd call it the fund balance. So that's what you have when you take all of the assets, subtract out all of the liabilities. You're left with net assets. And this presentation that you see here, this is how net assets are supposed to be presented on a financial statement according to accounting standards for nonprofit organizations. And it's broken up into two main categories. The first is called board designated. And what that means is that the board has specifically said these funds need to be kept and reserved for a specific purpose. And that goes beyond budgets. It goes beyond 1 year or 3 years. That's in place until the board changes that. So, so those are the first numbers that we've got there in that net asset section. The
Okay,
one
but
that
what is
you're
it
talking
made up
about
of?
is called non-board designated
Correct.
net assets. That's at the end of October. That's that about $19.5 million figure that's there. And so that doesn't mean, so it's called non-board designated, right? But that doesn't mean that that's just like free money for anybody to use for whatever they feel like. There's still budgets that need to get passed. That just means that the board hasn't said that for the indefinite future, those funds have to be restricted to a specific purpose.
Okay,
So
but
they can be
what's making up
used
those
for
funds?
anything else, within normal operations of the organization.
I don't think I've ever seen a title of this before. That's why I'm concerned. It's
Yeah.
like having a free reign of $19 million. I'm not cool with that. I mean, that's why.
It's not that at all. It's not saying that the board has put restrictions on how to spend the other funds, and it's not saying that this is just money to be used for whatever. It's just saying that the board hasn't put specific long-term restrictions. So that money doesn't have to be used for DLC grants. It doesn't have to be used specifically and only for if we go on strike. So it's available if we need to write a check to PG&E or write a check to SMUD for the power. It's available.
Talking about it being general funds?
It's a general fund. Yeah.
Okay, with no specific designation you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. General fund is, I think that's probably a helpful way of describing that. It's the fund that's available for everything else that we would want to and need to spend money on as an organization.
Okay, Chris, on our policy file 3.2.05, it specifically says that anything over $20,000 has to be approved by the board if it's not already in the budget. So having $19 million sitting here is not making many of these board members happy with this idea. I've never seen this designation before, ever.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe I could have explained this a little bit better. This report here actually isn't part of the budget proper. This doesn't really have anything directly to do with the budget. It's something that would be presented at any of our board meetings where we're presenting financial information, even if there wasn't a budget being presented. So yeah, those aren't budget funds. When it comes to actually spending money, that's where the budget comes in.
So does that mean that according to the terms of the loan that we had for the actual buildings, did those funds come out of this $19 million idea that we paid it off as part of our balloon payment that we actually agreed to years ago when we bought the building? Just trying to clarify here. I want to make sure I understand it properly.
Yeah. I'm trying to make sure I understand your question. You're asking about the bank loan that we had. So when we purchased the buildings here in Sacramento, we initially acquired a loan that was used for that purchase. That initial loan was paid off, and that first loan. So it was what's the word when it's attached to a property? When the bank can, you don't pay your bill, the bank can foreclose on the property.
Or lien?
The bank had a lien on the property for that first loan, but we paid that first loan off a few years ago and entered into a second loan, a new loan that had different terms.
We refinanced our loan.
I'm sorry, what was that, Cindy?
We refinanced our loan.
You could say we refinanced that loan, and the terms were a bit different on that second loan.
I don't recall that being presented to the board either. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that was presented to the board.
Okay, that's not making me happy either. Okay.
And when that loan got refinanced years ago, Cindy, a lot of things were not presented to the board years ago.
I know, I'm not happy with anytime that happens.
When I was questioned about, was I providing all of the financial transparency, and I stated repeatedly throughout the day that we were, and now you're seeing things that maybe you never saw before. And so things may have happened years ago where the board never knew anything about it and the board never approved it. Now, was that a past practice and custom? Probably. But you have to remember, Chris was working under not the CFO who recently quit, but under the former CFO. So that CFO for 7 years and 9 months did a lot of amazing work along with the leadership of the former Local 1000 president. Was everything that they did, was it known? No, it was not.
Okay, but okay, thank you.
So
the
for
other
Chris
thing
to step up as the controller and get all this information together, and he's answering you with integrity and honesty on everything that he knows about.
And I want you to make sure, I want to understand what
I'm sorry, go ahead, Cindy.
Part of this is that we were only presented with a proposed budget. we were not handed the 30 some odd page financials that we would normally be able to look at to compare a budget
Right.
with what our current financials look like, so we can actually see the difference between the two to be able to approve a budget in the first place.
So I stated all day today that what we have in front of us is no different than the format that Chris informed me on the 2019 same type of proposed budget. The format is the same. Now, was that format different than the one from 2016? It was, but it's the same information, but it's consolidated for ease. You don't have a cover letter with this. This is his first time of him doing this on his own.
No, I get the
Right, okay.
budget part. I appreciate that it was consolidated and put together. That I get.
Okay.
We normally get to see the financials as along with it, so we can actually be very comprehensive in how we're asking questions, how we're asking about a proposed budget, what the variances are, because we all have a responsibility. And Chris, can you help me with the corporate insurance?
Well, hold on one second, Chris, before you go into that part. One quick thing. I've stated this all day. The board, and you're a longtime president, you realize that oftentimes these financials were not given to you until the day of the meeting. And sometimes those financials was taken back from you, because I remember going to some of those board of directors meetings where those financials were taken back from you. In this case, we got it to you by 5:30 on Monday evening, the 27th.
Yes, and I screamed and yelled before when that happened too. So I have no problem with that. So
And the staff has religiously informed me that you were coming. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cindy.
yep, and I had no problem saying it before either. So so I can't hear you if you're talking.
What you were saying about wanting to get the financials. What I did here is with these reports, I'm giving you both the financials that you probably in the past, I think you had gotten as kind of a separate document or a separate set of pages. And then after that, maybe you'd end up with, you'd be given a budget document. So I combined those into a single presentation that shows both the financials. So, hey, this is what happened during the year. Here's a prior year so that you can compare those two. And then on those same pages, also showing the budgets that were being proposed. And I felt like that was a very helpful way of presenting the budget, simply because all those other numbers from the financials from the current year, the financials from prior years, and even budgets from prior years, those are a lot of the inputs that get used to create the budgets for the 3 years looking forward. And having them all on one sheet lets you kind of look across on one page and compare numbers, rather than having to jump back and forth between, page 3 and page 27 and trying to compare those.
Okay, so let's move on. Corporate insurance. Does that corporate insurance also include protections for the board for errors and discrepancies and whatever?
There's there is and I'm not an expert in this area, but
Yes, it provides protection. Does it provide protection 100%? I would say probably 99.9, but I'm not the attorney. And that's why Chris is kind of hesitating. That's a great question, Cindy.
Is the attorney
There's
there?
no reason for the board or anyone to feel that we're not protected. We are a quote nonprofit corporation. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything more to add to that.
What's your next question, Cindy?
Okay, then can you go to the union leave, please? I have questions regarding union leave for under 30 days and over 30 days.
Yes. What's your first question?
First question is, number one, who's on union leave and what projects are they on? We have never been presented this information yet.
I'm trying to go to that slide on the union leave, Cindy. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right. The union leave. As you know, when I took office, Cindy, people were mad that their union leave ended, and they said that I stopped all their union leave. I didn't stop the union leave. The former president did not extend their union leave. So when she stopped it on June 30th, I did not extend it or set up a new union leave right away.
No, I can appreciate that.
Well,
I get.
wait a minute. Don't speak so fast, because the people on this board,
I'm not
the
speaking
people,
for them.
no,
I'm
I
asking my
know.
question.
So the people on this board informed me that they needed their union leave and that I needed to give them their union leave because the bunk chairs needed full-time union leave to do their job. So what eventually happened was I didn't have to, but I gave bunk chairs union leave to do their job. Some people were on full-time union leave and that ended. There have been new people who've been put on union leave to help me build membership. So that's what anyone who's on union leave is doing. Since you're asking for that request, I don't see a problem providing that. And I don't see a problem providing who's on union leave and for how long and put up on our website so everyone, not just you, but everyone can take a look.
That would be
People
really appreciated, because
Okay, so
there's
hold
so
on.
many projects we would love to hear about that we don't get notified on, and
Well-
then all of a sudden my stewards are gone and I have no idea why.
So here's the rest of the political answer. And I don't want to say it openly, but I'll just say it. People will tell me basically they want their union leave. And if I want to, oh boy. So positive energy, I'm going to hold to my word, Cindy. This is where you and I will come to a strong agreement. The union leave, starting from the time I came into office on June 30th, we'll put up who's on union leave. The few people that I put on union leave are working to help build membership. They're not doing anything else but helping build membership. Well, how do you do that? We have to go to work sites. How do we do that? Those people are also working with staff because the staff is putting together a plan along with the VP of Organizing Representation, Annika Wass. This great organizing effort that's behind the representation effort is what we're doing to build membership, because like you didn't say this yet, but like DLC, DLC 706, I believe it was Erica. No, it was Misty Della Rosario, 725, about building the membership. So when you see people on union leave under my leadership, that's what they're doing. They're not doing anything else but building membership. We're trying to get as many job stewards as possible. We're trying to inspire people to want to be a dues paying member by offering transparency, by creating a whole new culture, not doing things the way we used to do it by status quo, not alienating our non-members. Many of them are non-Democrats. And so our financial spending with the credit cards, that's going up. Now you want to see the union leave schedule go up. Hopefully the staff is listening and we'll get that put up here in another week or two.
Well, I've been asking for years, so that would be very helpful.
Okay,
I
all right, I'm done
appreciate it.
talking about that. Okay, but that's
So,
what this
yeah,
that's what
because
this
Knowing
budget
the
thing is talking
projects
about.
they're on is really helpful, but also being notified as a DLC president when my stewards are all of a sudden disappearing and I don't know where they are, and because it's on this union leave and we don't know what it's about.
Well, no, wait. Well,
I've been trying for years to get it in the policy file, at least have the DLC presidents get at least
Yes.
an email telling us what they're being taken out for, or if
Point-
they're being taken out.
Okay, hold on. So union leave on the website, and then the DLC president has to be notified who in their DLC is on union leave and for what reason.
Also, since you brought it up recently, we brought in a bunch of new people when it comes to new stewards, and I had to call in to find out if I have new stewards in my DLC. Apparently, I have some 19 or 18 stewards, and I didn't know that a good 6 of them were even in my DLC anymore, and they were removed years ago. So I was like, what? Okay.
Let me apologize if any DLC president has not been notified that they have new job stewards in their DLC, and our staff has worked miraculously to put up on our website, our transparent website, the DLC map, and we even, I think as of last week, we put the job stewards because someone got a hold of me and said, put the job stewards for the work site. So hopefully you can go on and look on your DOC 790 on your work site, hopefully, and that our compass is reflected correctly with the job stewards in your website. And so to wrap this up real quick on this union leave, you see the projections. As you know, when this contract expires on June 30th, 2023, we ramp up, but we kind of get going in 2022 with the SBAC with Irene Green as the VP of bargaining, working with the bunk chairs. And then more people will be on union leave, those D-BERS, in the spring of 2023. So even though these costs look a little high, they may not be that high, or they may become higher, because when those bunk chairs call me and say they want their union leave or they want so-and-so on union leave, well, you tell me how it goes, Cindy. You tell me.
No, I get it. I get that part. It goes up and down depending on our bargaining times. So I get that.
And also, let me say this on not just the bargaining. I know DMV is mad about losing their jobs or something like that. They want people on union leave. I know bargaining chair 15, Eric Murray, has talked about putting people on union leave. And some of the other bargaining chairs are traveling because they're new bargaining chairs. They need their union leave. I know Susan Rodriguez, bargaining chair 1, she's the largest. She definitely needs her union leave. And so when you look at this thing where it says less than 30 or greater than 30, I think I've approved union leave for no more than 3 months. Okay, I'll stop talking. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, I have two other questions and then we're good. Membership cards. I saw the expense that was listed on here. Are we actually still sending them out? Because I've had a lot of new members not get anything. So I'd like to know when those are being printed.
Yes.
Question.
We should be.
Anybody in the room know the answer to that?
That answer is those membership cards for our new members must be printed. If we have a current member who lost their membership card, they need their membership card. We should not be telling our members who are staying with our union during these tough times that they cannot have a membership card. If that's a problem, we must correct that immediately.
Okay, I'll have them call in. Thank you. And the last one I have, other than, yes, I'd really like to hear from Ann Giese regarding the corporate insurance, so we know that the board's protected, but I would like to hear that from her. So, but
Okay.
The other thing is financials of the COPE. The COPE financials are separate from SEIU Local 1000's budget, went from their financials, but yet the board of directors is supposed to be able to see those financials, and we still have not seen them. And we, as board, as the COPE budget actually goes through and presents to the board their recommendations on who we back as candidates for whatever ballot members, whatever the things may be. But the board has to approve it. But we still haven't seen the financials for the COPE dollars. And I've been asking for the last several years to see those COPE financials. And I've been told, oh, they're up on the Secretary of State's website. Well, you have to have a user ID and a password to get in to see it in the first place. But we are the board. So it would be nice if we got to see them so that we could actually say yes or no on something.
Sure. Yeah. And just to confirm, Cindy, you're talking about the political action committees then that are set up and controlled by Local 1000, not SEIU, the international organizations. COPE.
She says COPE. She's saying the international, because those other PACs are called different names. They are not called COPE. So she says COPE. She's talking about the Committee on Political Education. That money goes to international. That's their decision how they spend that money.
We can't hear you, Brown.
I'm so sorry. When you say COPE out of the policy file, you're talking about the Committee on Political Education. So that particular PAC, that fourth PAC, that goes to international. They decide on how they spend their money. And then if we reach a certain threshold and we meet it, then they'll return the overtures back. And this year, that overtures that came back was put into the issues PAC. Because we have 4 PACs: the candidate PAC, issues PAC, independent expenditures PAC.
But it all falls under the COPE committee.
Separate PAC that we have no control over is the COPE PAC
right?
that you're referring to. So I don't know why the previous administration wouldn't tell you, or maybe they didn't tell you the whole story. I don't know.
But okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying that my understanding was any funds that went through the COPE committee, no matter which PAC it was the financials for it were posted up on the Secretary of State's page for all the different types of PACs there were. Is that not correct?
So yes, that's correct for local 1000s PAC organizations. There's like Richard was talking about, we have an issues PAC, a candidate PAC, and an independent expenditures PAC. So those are organizations that are
But they're all run through SEIU, correct?
no, those are all organizations created by Local 1000 that are when we issue our audit report for the year, those get consolidated into our own financials. They're part of Local 1000. They're separate entities, but they're fully controlled by Local 1000. So we fund them, and I say we as an organization, decide how those funds get spent. And I just want to make sure we're differentiating those Local 1000 controlled PACs from SEIU International's COPE fund, which
I'm
is
talking about internationals. Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Which is we send them money, we send them contributions from individual members.
Right. I'm talking about the ones that we have to, as a board, get recommendations from the COPE committee in order to actually approve. Yes, we're going to back this, or no, we're not going to back that one, or yes. So we go through as a board and we say yes on all those things.
Yeah. So the financials for those political action committees are on, like you were talking about, they're on those forms that are considered public documents. They're out there, they're available for the general public to get.
Can't see them.
And yeah, if you'd like a copy of those, I could send those to you.
That would be great. I'd appreciate it. And those are all my questions for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DOC 790 President Cindy Gauda. Our next DOC President 752, Kevin Healy. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. DOC
Thank you.
President.
I'll try and get my camera open. It's good that we get to look at each other. All right, a couple of questions, please. First, Chris, looking at the numbers, just if the membership revenues stay at historically flat at this point, doesn't that result in a net $2 million, $7 million, and $9 million loss at the end? Total of $18 million loss.
Yes, that here, actually, let me qualify that. That sounds about right. I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, but yeah. If membership levels stay flat, let's see, you're probably then assuming steady revenue and just changing that, looking at the bottom line and what that affects. So it's a little more complicated than that, because if membership doesn't increase, then there's a number of areas where our spending also doesn't increase. And it's not a dollar for dollar. So, it's not like if our membership goes up $1, our expenses go up $1. But it does offset that difference. So it's not quite as drastic as you might see by just changing the projected, the budgeted revenue numbers and making that constant over those 3 years. But yeah, as was asked about earlier, if our revenue numbers weren't climbing, then yes, we would need to adjust our spending to meet that target bottom line number at the bottom of the budget.
Okay, so like, I'm trying to remember the A word that you used. Wasn't it ambitious? You said this is an ambitious forecast of revenue to go up by between 17% next year. But you're about to raise your hand. I don't know why can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. I
I
can hear
had
you
something
fine.
saying you're about to raise your hand. I put it down so I could finish my questions. So didn't you say it was ambitious that we're going to have 17% and almost 50% over the next 3 years?
Wow,
What was
you
the word?
called that an A word, huh? Yeah, I did use that A word.
Well, I thought I heard
ambitious.
also aggressive. So I was trying to make sure I got your word right.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think even aggressive is a fair characterization of what we're talking about here. We've always budgeted on the revenue side really based on current membership levels, wherever they are, or some very, very, very modest changes. So this is something that's fundamentally different than the way that we've budgeted. And this is not, it's not the same as a forecast. It's not like, based on the way things look right now and the way our organization is running right now, this is where I think membership levels are going to be. This is really about trying to set a goal that is something to shoot for, something that can be motivating to really change how we think about recruiting members and
But if
you know,
we
not just
don't,
think about sending more people out to do the same thing maybe that's always been done, but really a fundamental shift in how we think about non-members and getting them on board with what we're trying to do as an organization.
so please. Oh, and by the way, I don't know. I've heard from other things that you suffered a loss. My heart is with you, and I'm sorry. I heard that you had some challenges over the holidays. So
Yeah, thank you.
That's accurate. I just want, but I'm dealing with a business right now, and I've got to ask some tough questions. So the bottom line is, if we stay historically like we have the last 3 years, we are going to lose $18 million as forecast by you in this budget, correct?
If we stay the same way that we've been over the past number of years, our membership is going to keep declining and declining and declining until, you know, we're not recognizable as the organization we are now. So
Matter of fact, we could die.
we could, yeah.
So that's why we're looking at a more conservative budget. Isn't that how nonprofits go? Is with a conservative when we owe a fiduciary duty to stakeholders?
That's correct, Kevin, but wait a minute.
I'm sorry, Mike, your mic isn't on, President Brown. If you
I'm
said
sorry.
something.
I said, hold on. So we're not going to die. We're never going to die. And as we know, when corporations go into existence, by the definition, they don't die. They go into perpetuity. So this is just a forecast. We may not get to those lofty numbers, but I believe that we will. Everyone is talking about our inability to increase our membership. And this is where I'm going to give the former president much, much praise. She always told people, you must raise your membership levels so the state will listen to us. And
I
she's
agree.
right. And she's right. And she's right on that. So when we look at this and we're saving $500,000 over the next few years by not paying salary stipends, we're taking a close look on how to save money on union leave, to stop the union leave abuse. And as long as DLC 790 President Cindy Doyle is on the board, you can best believe she'll be watching it. All right. Now, we have other expenses that can also be cut as well. So before we say, hey, we're not bringing enough revenue, what we should be looking at sometimes is what expenses are we paying for, and are we getting a good rate of return on all this money we're paying out?
But Mr. President, I was just trying to look at the raw numbers and make sure we're all seeing the same thing. And I'm going to go rapid fire because I know that there are several other people here.
Sounds good.
So my question is, when you are making your model as to how we're going to get 17% and almost 50% increase over 3 years, something that has never, ever happened, are you basing it on membership? Are you basing it on numbers? Are you basing it on keeping it at 90 or moving up the total? Because we all know that when people leave the union, they usually leave at the higher end. And it would take 3 people making at the lower level pay to make up for 1 other person. So what are you projecting as increase of membership or only increase in revenue? And if so, what model are you using to justify that? Because that is ambitious and aggressive.
First of all,
Kenny.
I guess I want to say we don't need 3 people, new members coming in to replace the revenue from 1 going out. But yeah, that is a real thing, that what you're talking about, when a member retires at the end of their career, they're higher paid than someone coming in entry level. So there is a little bit of a differential. You need slightly more new members replacing the retiring members to break even. But it's not like, you know, in multiples of 2, 3, it's more like 1 point some small percentage
But CNAs pay like maybe $30 in dues, and a nurse is paying $90. So it would take 3 CNAs or office assistants to make up for 1 nurse that we lose, and we're losing a lot of nurses. I'm trying to figure out how we get that kind of revenue.
Kevin,
Yes, Richard.
in our different bargaining units, if I remember correctly, bargaining unit 17 has a pretty good membership rate. Our biggest problem is in bargaining unit 1, where we have a low membership rate. So when you look at things, you can get to these goals. And if we're really going to really increase our membership, we really need to work on bargaining unit 1. Because
as much as we disagree on things, I want you to succeed. I want us to survive. I'm just trying to find out deficit spending.
And your concerns are somewhat justified, but you have a new leader, and maybe you couldn't grow membership because many of our non-members saw the same person being elected from 2008, 2011, 2015, 2018, and they didn't see any difference.
Okay, but those aren't my questions for this. I'm just trying to move on.
But I'm trying to address your concerns because he can't address it the way I can. That concern about
isn't it his model? It was his model,
right? And he used a conservative model versus what was initially set up. So I said this earlier today. I wanted 80 and 90%. He went down to 65% and 75%. And there's nothing unreasonable if you're doing your job as a union to have at least 75% membership. And
okay,
if you're
so
ever
by definition, this would be volatile, correct? If we can go from the mid 40s to the mid 50s to 67 million, that's pretty volatile, isn't it?
You know what? I'm sorry.
Sorry. He's got the CPA. You've got the
okay, I'll back up.
Yeah.
That's volatile, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't use that word, but I'd use volatile more for where you've got kind of the risk of ups and downs.
Like a pandemic and losing membership and then trying to go up 45% in dues. Isn't that volatile?
Well, we're talking about trying to push for a really a period of time where we've got a strong membership growth like we haven't seen before.
I agree. It's
I wouldn't use the word
I want to see
volatile.
But in a volatile environment, don't almost all nonprofit corporations or conservative corporations do a 1-year budget, not a 3? So you actually know what you're doing rather than locking a corporation into something for 3 years.
I don't think we're locking ourselves into anything for 3 years. So this has been this organization's practice, and I think it's even in the policy file about passing and reviewing a multi-year budget. But yeah, I think budgeting for something that's 3 years in the future is difficult. And 12 months from now, if you ask me to do a projection of 2024, which I'll be doing, it's going to look different than what my projection looks like in the budget right now. And that's normal. That's kind of the way things are. So we're not somehow locked in as an organization of we've got to do this. We've got to have this spending exactly like this 3 years from now. Our revenues have to look exactly like this, or our spending has to look exactly like this. The board can make changes to the budget. That's something that the board is always.
Well, something we may not be able to change this year. I'm looking in the legal section where I understand that we've got 3 pending lawsuits, and I'm sorry if this is going to be uncomfortable, but I want to know where the 3 deductibles of $100,000 each are in the current one, because you have less than 200,000 in there for legal, and I know of at least 300,000 that we're going to have to pay out right away. Where are those 3 deductibles?
Let me answer that.
I can't hear you.
Matter. That money, you are correct, because I know you are an attorney. So this is a confidential matter regarding those lawsuits. And on something like this, you make a great point. The money is there. Everyone on the board, including myself, is protected. But you know this. So let's continue on to your next question, Kevin.
No, it's not a protection issue. It's where we put it in the budget. And in every other budget, there are reserves. Say we got in a bad accident in our car that we don't have, that, by the way, I don't know why we're paying $7,500 worth of maintenance on a car we don't have anymore. That's in the budget. But let's just say that fictitious car ran over somebody and
Right.
really put them in the hospital. We put in a reserve on what we may have exposure on above and beyond our insurance policies. And I'm not seeing that anywhere in the budget. Why?
His question is, listen, this budget is no different than prior budgets, and all these deep, enthralling questions that's coming out tonight in front of everyone, they're not bad questions. I'm not saying your questions or Cindy Doyle's or Misty's or anyone else's questions are bad. What I'm simply saying is this information is in here. There's no way that we should be afraid of going into the future and passing this budget as it is proposed. It's now.
But President Brown, there is a line for legal. And I did notice that when we had the prior budgets, when Mr. Schmidt sent them out, he included the key. We weren't given a key for what our account codes were for. And the specific account codes included your private attorneys, and there is zero money listed.
Okay, again, Kevin Healy. Again, when it comes to those accounts about them lawsuits, since you want to know so much, not all the money is paid all at one time. That's your answer.
And we budget for it, and I don't see it in the budget.
It's, oh my goodness.
You have private attorneys that have filed things, and we're paying for them. So
Kevin, okay. So I've answered that question.
Okay, then I'm going to move on to the next question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned earlier that we're spending money on union leave for only membership drives. So what is there a budget in there for the internal recall elections that we are trying to ramp up for?
What we're doing is we're doing membership drives. If you're talking about a situation where someone is being recalled, that is not something that's building unity to this union. It has nothing to do with this proposed 2022 budget. Like I stated all day today, we're going to go into 2022 on a positive note. I don't talk about people's personal business. You should know more than anyone else because you've given me that measure of respect back in the past. At least at one time you did. What's your next question, sir?
I haven't brought up something else, so
okay. What's your next question?
That way, but my concern is because I had a complaint from a member. You have placed a steward on union leave costing $3,000. Only thing in her hand were recall petitions, and you personally called the member the next day. She's filing an HR1, and you said that she was being paid to do a recall.
See, there we go with this negativity. But you know what? Today is December 29th, 2021. I'm so glad you called in. Thanks for your question, because that's an absolute lie.
I have her
statement. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. You can have all the statements you can have all, sir, Kevin Healy. You can have every statement you want, but that doesn't mean your statements are accurate. What's your next question, sir?
Okay, what is the estimate for our increase in insurance premiums based on the current litigation? Is that
there is no increase? There is no increase on our current premiums. What's your next question, sir? What's your next question?
I'm asking.
What's your next question? I answered your question. What is your next question?
Okay, what is the budget for the private security firm for Richard Lewis Brown that was ready at the board of directors when we were live? Is that in the?
There was no private security firm. That's a false, baseless allegation. What's your next question, Kevin Healy?
Really?
Yes.
So you're saying that there was no private security for you?
If there's someone out here protecting me, I wish they would show up and protect me right now from you. What's your next question, Kevin Healy?
I'm trying to keep it simple.
I'm keeping it civil too, and I'm being honest.
I'm not playing polo with you.
Kevin, when they accused me of going to a day spa for black men, the truth came out that they were at the day spa. So what is your next question? Let's keep this focused. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
I'd like to be at a day spa. Okay.
No, you didn't accuse me. Other people did. Go ahead, sir.
Anything for internal recall elections? Yes or no, please.
Is there a what?
Are we budgeting anything for internal recall elections?
Not to my knowledge. We would never do such a thing. What's your next question, sir?
Okay. So what inflation factor have you used?
What inflation factor for this forecasted budget?
Yes.
So I'm projecting.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So I'm projecting 5% inflation for 2022, and that's looking at current inflation trends that are heading up. Inflation is, we're seeing high inflation right now. And then projecting a return to a healthier inflation rate of about 3% per year for 2023 and 2024. It's hard to, if anybody could, if I knew those numbers exactly what they were going to be, I could make all sorts of money, investing in stock market. So it's an estimate, and that may change slightly.
Okay, but Chris, what I'm concerned about, and
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear that millions of dollars was moved without noticing the board of directors to pay off the building. I believe you said that it was done at a private or secret decision of the subcommittee, the budget subcommittee. Is that correct?
I don't ever remember saying anything about a private secret.
Maybe it was
That's
Richard.
kind of a loaded question. Okay. Yeah.
Well, because this is the first we're hearing about it, that they were going to pay it off.
752 President Kevin Haley. Hold on one second. Let me answer that question.
Please.
I talked about that earlier.
Okay.
So a decision was made, and we did not violate the policy file. I want to send that message to DOC 723 President Stephen Alari, and now I'm sending it to you, 752 President Kevin Healy.
I didn't allege it.
No. Hold on, because this is not on Chris Brackett.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, so when you said a secret meeting, there was no secret meeting. So let me be crystal clear. We have a budget committee.
And could you tell me who they are and if they are on union leave?
2 of them are on union leave.
The deans, Mr. and Mrs. Correct.
Well, hold on a second. We're going to give respect to people. First
said
of
Mr.
all,
and Mrs. Dean.
hold on a second. You are DOC 752 President Kevin Healy. You are referring to 792 President Jack Dean. You called him correctly. His wife is Carrie Dean. I cannot hold on a second. Let me finish. I can't help that they got married and they have a beautiful marriage. That's not on me. That's on them. If you don't like that they have a beautiful marriage and they can work together and they can do things, you contact them and tell them. That's the second thing.
I wasn't commenting on their marriage.
The third thing, let me finish. The third thing, the other people on the committee, you could look that up on our website. It's a transparent website, the budget committee. I appointed them. Did I make bad decisions? Not in my mind, not in David Jimenez's mind, and he's the chair of the budget committee. That committee made decisions. I kept my mouth shut and I listened to what they had to say. We did a vote. Decisions were made. They said they did not violate the policy file, and I didn't see no violation either. That's the end of that conversation. What's your next question, sir?
But isn't it correct that decisions of the budget committee of the board of directors are supposed to be referred to the board for action?
No, that's not true, depending on how you're interpreting the policy file. Again, Richard Lewis Brown did not control the budget committee. The budget committee, chaired by David Jimenez, the vice president of secretary treasurer, bless David's heart, they are smart people. We sit in a room, they look at spreadsheets, they look at numbers. The current CFO was in the room. Chris Brackett happened to be in the room on some of those meetings. And they made decisions that they said did not violate that policy file. I'm not going to tell you how the vote went. I respect the will of the voters of that budget committee.
That you appointed, sir? That you appointed.
I appointed them, but I kept my mouth shut so they couldn't say I bullied them or intimidated them or tried to convince them to do things the way I want them to do things. And the same for this 2022 budget.
Okay, Mr. President, relax.
Yes, I'm relaxed.
I know you can smile. So what I'm trying to find out, because it's not the financials, when was this paid down?
You want to know about that the building that we bought to enhance the value of Local 1000 under the leadership of the former president? You're asking when it was paid down?
Yeah, when it moved from a liquid asset that could be used in a strike fund.
Yes,
which I know
absolutely.
When did it become locked up in a building that we can't touch it? The old phrase, build house rich in bank poor.
No, you're absolutely right. That was paid down, was paid off. I don't know the exact date this month, but it happened this month. We heard Chris Brackett earlier say that we saved $1 million in
No, that's a forecast. That's a forecast.
No,
we didn't save anything.
Is actual.
How is it actual?
Because we've paid off the loan, so we're not going to be making any further payments to the bank that include interest.
So
over
that's
the life of that
forecast
loan.
interest that would be due in the future. It's an account payable. So
So
It
yeah,
would only be
so we've saved it. We've saved the money. That's
but I'm not sure we
That's
did.
done.
And here's my concern, because if Richard puts us into a strike, as he keeps saying, we're going to be at an impasse, we are going to strike, we need a big strike fund. And my concern is right now, with the cost of inflation, we're probably going to be spending more to borrow that money now that it's locked up in a building. Before we had flexibility, and if Mr. Brown wanted to go ahead and take it out of those CDs and stuff like that and put it towards supporting our people for a week, a month, a year, we could have done that. Now we can't because it's in the building and we weren't told about that.
so the sounds like there's
So let me answer this. DLC 752, President Kevin Healy. Your arguments are sound. You're an attorney. You know exactly what you're doing. What I'm telling you is, I'm telling you the truth. And sometimes the truth doesn't sound so reasonable, but it's the truth. The Budget Committee made some very important decisions on the success of Local 1000. The issue of the strike fund did come up, but I'm not going to reveal that confidential conversation we had inside that Budget Committee.
I thought this was all transparent.
Wait a
You
minute.
want this transparent for
hold
everybody.
on. See, this is what tickles me. But you know what? I shouldn't be tickled because you're an attorney. So I love the excitement you give me, Kevin. Yes, I am transparent. More transparent you'll ever see in your entire life from a Local 1000 president. But when people have confidential meetings, we respect confidential meetings. And that's why we're so excited tonight that we can open up this, do a roll call, and propose to pass this budget, yes or no vote. And that's the great thing about doing things out in the open. But we want to thank you for asking your question about that because you have major. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
I have one more question.
Yes.
In every other budget meeting,
Yes.
we have had general counsel here. I noticed from the login, we don't see Ms. Witherspoon, we don't see Ms. Gates.
Right.
Part of our financial health is knowing about what our litigation risks are and exposure, which is always handled in executive session. There's full disclosure in there. Why is that not happening if we're being asked to go ahead and approve this budget?
Because I didn't know that attorneys had to approve budgets. What
They're,
I know
they're
is the
not. They're
board,
providing information, and we
right.
always get
and all
that.
and all the information you've asked, I've already provided. In fact, when the board was asking the attorneys for other information months ago, they didn't provide no information. So all of a sudden now you want to see the attorneys and let them provide information. You're not
I've
going to
been
see that
asking for
tonight.
months.
But I'm just answering your question. So what happened before? You're not seeing it tonight. Will you see the attorneys in future board of directors meetings? Probably, possibly. But thanks for your question. All right, next caller. DLC 772, President Mary Dela Cruz. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. And again, I'm all about earned respect. I won't be calling you tonight, Dr. Richard, because you're not an MD and you're not a doctor. So let's keep it real and transparent. Kevin is not an attorney. He's a disbarred attorney. Well, hold on. If I lose my RN license, I'm a registered nurse. If I lose my RN license, you do not acknowledge me as a registered nurse because I no longer have a registered nurse California license. Anybody can go to the Bar Association, pull in his name. He's a disbarred attorney, been there since about 2004. So, I mean, if you earn that respect or that title, I'm all in. But when you don't, when you lose that title, I think we should, out of respect to all the attorneys that are not disbarred, we should keep it real and 100. That being said, a lot of my questions, by the way, Cindy had a lot of awesome questions. So did Missy. A lot of those questions got answered. My question that I have, this budget that is going to be approved by these board members, are we going to approve another budget next year? Are our budgets,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Are our budgets approved annually?
Chris?
Good question. The budgets are reviewed at least annually. That's something that we have in our policy file. So that means reviewing not just going back and looking at the same budget document, but looking at what actually happened during the budget period and comparing that to the budget. So that's something that is supposed to happen at least once a year, if not more often than that. Sorry, what was your
My next question was, that being said, Cindy had some great questions. We talked about for purposes of understanding, we called it the general fund. I think you had designated funds, and it's not called general fund, but we referred to it, where there was a 19 million. Is that correct?
right? Yeah, that's referred to in that nonprofit accounting speak as non-board designated funds, but
Okay.
that's the same as the general fund.
So that being said, my question is this. I know we have funds in other areas not designated as of yet. Couldn't those funds, because our crystal ball to predict the future isn't working very clearly. So yeah, there might be things that happen down the road, and other people had great questions, but as our local, and I know this isn't a local DLC, but I give my projected budget for 2022 and I submit that accordingly. Now, as a year unfolds, there's times where, things happened and I have to call my board together and I move funds, because what I predicted that would take place here didn't actually go that way. So I have to kind of move things around. Isn't that the same basis for this executive board?
Yeah, the board has in the past modified, I believe the board has modified budgets before, midterm, meaning in between, over the course of that 3-year budget cycle. And I don't think that's happened every time, but I believe that has happened. And I'm also, there's also been, even where the budget hasn't changed, when financial presentations have been made to the board, they have sometimes included a revised projection rather than the original budget as sort of an additional metric to look at. So a way to see that although the budget project, take 2024, for example, that's several years out. If by the time we get to 2023, we are expecting the financial situation to look a lot different, that budget's probably not going to be the most useful document anymore for looking forward at what our spending will be. And so in a case like that, then we may prepare an additional projection of what the year might look like, what we would expect that to look like.
But for instance, we never, prior to giving the $1 million to Gavin, or not Gavin Newsom, but the committee, that wasn't approved through the budget prior to that. We didn't project that out, did we?
No, so that was spending from our PACs, our political action committees, and our budget projects how much we are expecting to send to, here, let's see, go back to my notes here, how much we're expecting to send to the candidate PAC based on a dues plan that the board of directors approved at some point in the past. That's allocating $1.50 from per member from the general fund to the candidate PAC each month. The other PACs are funded through contributions, voluntary contributions from members. So members sign a card saying, I want to give $2 to the issues PAC, for example, and $2 a month. And that money doesn't show up in our financial statements. It's not, when we receive it from the state, it's not dues revenue for us. And when we pay it out to the PAC, it's not an expense for us for the local. So in essence, we are a pass-through entity. Those funds just pass through us from the member on the way to those PAC organizations. So we budget those that $1.50 per member that's going into the candidate PAC. once the PACs are funded, our budgets, the way they're set up right now, they don't, they have never shown, we've never budgeted the spending from the PAC organizations in the same way that we budget spending for local 1000 proper, if that makes sense. We've basically just budgeted the funding of the PACs.
Well, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the transparency. It's a lot that we've never had before that is now being transparent to us. And I've gotten a lot of education, and I support the building of the membership to raise these funds. And, I support this, and thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in DLC 772 President Mary Dela Cruz. I want to re-verify, but she asked you about this budget. Is it on an annual basis? Is it every couple of years? And your answer to that?
So this is a 3-year budget. It's needs to be reviewed by the board of directors at least once per year. And it's not written in stone. Once it's approved, the board has the discretion to change that budget at any point in the future.
But they've never done that in the history of Local 1000. They've never changed the budget.
I believe the budget has been changed before, but not significantly. I wasn't a part of those budget meetings. I'm going off of some documents that I have from a prior controller, CFO.
Because I don't remember since
that
I've
showed some revision to
but it
one
was
of the
minor.
budgets.
It was minor
It
revisions.
was, from what I remember, I think it was fairly minor.
Because I don't remember no one telling me they've ever redone a budget. And I've been saying all day, and I've been saying for the last few days that we've always passed the budget in its original format. All right, next caller.
Yeah, and
okay.
also just to clarify that that revision, so that's not like a budget was presented, revised during the board meeting,
Exactly.
and then passed. This was a revision that was made 1 or 2 years into the
Into the
3-year
Okay.
budget period. Yeah.
All right. DLC 768 President Cheryl Allen. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. I want to start I have a couple of questions, but I just want to start off with a statement first. I have a vocabulary word this evening for the board members, and that word is vexatious. I will give 5 points to a person who could use the word in a sentence, including the meaning. I will, as an example, I will state that some of the attitudes and questions that are being posed to you tonight, President Brown, are very vexatious in nature and not beneficial for the moving forward of this board. With that being said, the first question that I have is, who actually passed the deficit budget in 2019, but are having so many problems with this one now? And I know you probably can't answer that exactly, but just out of curiosity, 2019, the budget was a deficit budget was passed. No problems, no questions. I was at that time, I was a Sergeant at Arms, and I do not recall any questions or pushback issues or problems with that. And so I'm at a loss for trying to figure out why it is such a problem now.
So you see me smiling because it's the truth. And, we're having positive, enthusiastic energy tonight. And if anyone feels that they've been disrespected tonight, I ask them to forgive those who disrespected them, including myself. Yes, they passed that in 2019. Some of these same people on the board are here today. Chris, you have anything to add to that?
Well, we have had deficit spending in the past, and that was a pretty big deficit year. It was also a not to take away from what you're saying. It was also a contract negotiation year, so spending was higher than normal. But it's not the only year with deficit spending, for sure.
One quick question, Kevin. How many deficit years have we had in the past where budget's been passed? 1, 2, 3, 4? How many in the last 12, 15 years?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have that right in front of me.
So we've passed deficit spending in the past on more than one occasion. We don't know how many occasions, but on more than one occasion. You have any more questions, Cheryl Allen? Okay. So I think she's gone. DOC 768 President Cheryl Allen. Vexatious.
Okay, here I am. Can
Oh,
you hear me
okay.
now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. And thank you, Cindy, for reminding me. Yes, I do recall you are very inquisitive with regards to questions, so I apologize for that. My next question, and I will try to keep it quick. If this budget does not pass, what are the consequences the organization may endure because of it?
So those consequences, people don't get paid their salaries. People like Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, our staff. So our operations will cease. But like I stated earlier, as the president of Local 1000, I will not let this union fall downhill. And we've always passed a budget in its original proposed format every time out. And we're going to do the same thing here very shortly. If they decide, the board, that they must not pass this budget and they think that they're going to put the lives of the staff in jeopardy, wrong answer. That won't happen. Is that your last question, DOC 768 President Cheryl Allen?
I have one more, and
Okay.
this one is specifically to Kevin. I just want to know, why didn't he ask about the building being refinanced without the board's approval or the board's knowing back then? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. She asked, did DOC 752 President Kevin Healy not ask those questions about the building being refinanced? Some people would say he probably didn't know, the board didn't know. I don't know who knew what. It's hard to say what people know at what given time for Local 1000. All right, thank you for that call. All right, next DOC President, 785, Wanda Yanez. Go ahead, Wanda. DOC 785, President Wanda Yanez.
I'm mute now. Thank you. President Brown, and Chris, I'm going back to page 2 of your staff training, other employees members expense. You have it at 4,500 for projection for the next 3 years. But you also said that we're going to increase staff and management salary. Why are we not increasing training for them? Page 2 of proposed budget. And it's the second paragraph. 5,900.
So the
Do you see you have 4,500 straight across for 20?
right, yeah, I had 4,500 in there. That number is
It's flat.
consistent with what we've been spending. It's actually a little bit higher than the average that we've been spending.
Right, but you
for the
said
past few
we're going to
years.
increase staff. So aren't you going to?
Yeah,
I'm thinking we need our staff trained.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you. We are increasing staff back to, we were looking at increasing them back to the levels that they were at the beginning of this year.
Mhm.
So it's not that they were significantly lower in prior years, and they're suddenly going to be a whole lot higher than they ever were before. We're just looking at bringing them back up to the levels that they were
And-
at 11, 12 months ago.
Can you elaborate what kind of training they get?
There's some of the training maybe online, taking a class, how to use a software program.
I was thinking more of the organizers to help us as president to recruit membership and to campaign for membership.
Yeah, and a lot of that training is done internally. So that number there, don't think of that as that's the only training that the staff ever get. Think of that as external training. We're sending our staff somewhere else to get training that's offsite. Training's not an area that I'm super knowledgeable about as far as what we do internally all over the organization, but I know that there's training that goes on within what used to be the field department. So that would be the URC, and in other areas that's structured and held internally. So it happens, but it doesn't happen. It's not like we're paying some external third party.
I don't know. I was
organization
thinking
to
it
do
should
all of that
increase at
training.
least by 1,000 each year, since we're going to increase staff. But my second question is the
Yeah.
5910 below that, membership training. What is considered membership training?
So that again is similar to staff training in that it's external training. It's sending staff somewhere else outside of our organization where
No,
we're
no,
covering
no, it's
costs.
not staff, it's member.
I'm sorry, sending members. I misspoke there. Sending members to somewhere outside of our organization, outside of local 1000 to get the training, as opposed to like all of our steward training that happens internally. And that's not reflected on that line item there, that member training line item. That's reflected elsewhere. So member training on that budget line item is only for the direct costs of sending a member to another organization to do some sort of training.
Okay, then my third question has to do with consultant. It went from 204,000 to 69. What consultants are we eliminating?
Yeah, so that's
That's
an
under
area
professional-
that
Mhm.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That was under professional services.
Yes, yeah, I'm looking at that.
7410.
Looking at that now. So yeah, that's an area where spending has historically gone up and down quite a bit. I mean, I've got 3 years of data here that I'm showing you, but if looking back farther, it fluctuates quite a bit. The budgeted amount there is a projection of what our consultants expense will be based on our current usage of consultants.
I mean, give me an example. What consultants are we hiring?
I don't know, Richard, maybe you can
President?
speak
President
something
Brown,
to
can you
that.
answer that question?
So we'll use Yeah, go ahead.
204, basically 205 or 204, 954 in 2019, a lot less in 2020, a lot less here in 2021. And so we was budgeted for 218 in 2019. Then the numbers have gone down. Those consultants had to do with politics. And so that's why those fees have gone down consistently.
It's
And
not politics. First, I didn't know they were even, we hired people for politics. I was thinking more if this was for training to reach goal, break barriers. It's more psychological for us as the presidency.
Okay.
Achieving goals, that kind of thing. We're not going to get any kind of that kind of consultation.
This is just a budget. If the DLC presidents feel that they need more consultants or they need more specialty type training, I'm sure the board will let me know.
So we can modify that in the next board meeting or something, bring that up as an item.
You won't have to modify it. If the board says, or if some of the presidents say, hey, this number needs to go up a little bit or whatever, it's just a budget. So when we do these budgets, it's not locked in stone.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted, I'm asking because I think I for myself have asked for training.
Okay.
I need help for my DLC.
Okay.
And I need a consultant or in-house or your union dedicated growing membership team to come to my DLC 785.
Okay.
Because right now EDD central office is a ghost town, and I need to know how can I recruit when I have a ghost town. That's my dilemma as my DLC.
That's a great point.
And I need help.
Message heard.
Okay, thank you. That's
You're
all.
very-
That was my questions.
Okay, you're very welcome. All right, so let's get to the next, and hopefully we can wrap these calls up and we can take this vote. We want to take this vote, have a roll call, make sure we have enough people, and take this vote in front of everyone. We don't want to do no closed session. We don't want to do anything in secret. We want to do this in front of everyone so everyone will see how the board voted to, quote, pass this 2022 budget. All right. Bunk Chair 21, Bobby Dalton Roy. Go ahead, Bobby.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. So this is, my first time being on this board, but not my, I am familiar with different financial statements. So definitely appreciate the income statement and the balance sheet. However, like in order to get a full healthy view of an organization, it's helpful to have that third sheet, the cash flow statement, because while they're all interrelated, right, they reveal different aspects of the organization. So I would love to, I don't know if that gets presented at the board meetings. Chris, you mentioned that different financial statements are presented at future board meetings and things like that. I'd love to know if all three are presented so that we can get a better, just a more holistic view. And for that transparency term, right? I definitely agree with Misty that it was a little jarring to not see the 2020 line for the prior year budget when on the approved budget column, we had it there, right? So just to be able to do that direct comparison would be useful. And I think adding one column wouldn't complicate things too much. Also, I wanted to get a better description on account code 4100. You mentioned that it was an ambitious goal, and I just wanted to get clarity on, was it a 10% increase in membership in 22, another 10 in 23, and then bringing it up to 75% in 24? Is that accurate?
So it's yeah, 10 and 10. So 10% in the first budget year, 10% in the second budget year, which brings it from 55% to 75%.
Okay. And then in 2024, is there another increase? Or
and then no change is projected into the budgeted revenue for 2024.
Okay. And then I know other folks have shared, concern about well, what if we don't get there? And just a thought from my managerial accounting classes, maybe a scenario analysis, a good, better, best scenario, in that situation where we could see great, we get to the 75%, we can do all of these things, but then two other scenarios that show, a good and a better, but maybe we don't get to that best position. So just a thought there. I wanted to look at account code 5101. I noticed that over there it says overtime labor increasing, and I just wanted to, that raises red flags for me that maybe we're using overtime as a staffing tool, which is something that we, wouldn't want done to us and our members and our represented employees by the state. Can you explain if my interpretation of that is wrong, or why that overtime labor is increasing?
Yeah, I based that overtime budget on a 3-year average. So that's a number that has gone up and down. There's 190,000 in 2019, 43,000 in 2020, and projecting 22,000 in 2021. So yeah, that's a number that honestly, I wouldn't expect it to be higher than that.
Okay.
And I would think it's probably going to come in lower unless there's some significant change. Our over the last 2 years, our overtime usage has been fairly minimal.
Great. Thanks for addressing that. Two last things. I want to echo what fellow board members said about increasing training if we're gonna really ramp up membership, we want to also empower them and and make them active members, right? Not just members, but active members to lead and to grow the union and build power. So I would absolutely agree that we want to increase that line on training for account codes 5900 and 5910. And then last question is actually for VP Treasurer David Jimenez. For account code 7710, is that reflective of the reduction in our office footprint? Because the numbers are a lot higher, yet you stated in your presentation that we were going to save money. So I kind of want to see, like, is that reflective of the decreased footprint, or is that even still with the decreased footprint, we're still going to spend more?
So there's been no decrease budgeted into this presentation or into this current budget that's being presented. So any savings in the future haven't been built into this. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, so this is assuming the full 8,000 square feet, the full spaces at this point.
Yeah, I believe so. Is that
Yes,
right, Chris?
yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. So this is assuming in that area on that line item status quo as far as keeping the existing offices not at the current pricing, our current rates that we're paying in 2021. And that's because of, as I had talked about earlier, the Oakland office is up for a renewal, and just because of increased property values and increasing rents in that area, we're looking at paying quite a bit extra if we do decide to stay there. So if we end up making a change in that area and going with an office at a different location, that would be additional savings beyond what's actually shown in the budget.
Okay, so it sounds like one variable changed, but not the other, meaning the increased per square foot rent, but not the actual square footage changed.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Budgeting what happens if we choose not to change our office situation.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question. Appreciate you.
Chris, on the 2020, 22, 23, and 24, the dues member increase percentages. I want you to repeat that again. When he asked you about going up in our dues revenue, and you said it's going to go up 22 and then 23 and 24 by a certain percentage.
Yeah. So Kenny's looking at. Let me unmute myself. There we go. I know Kenny's looking at me because there's a correct way and an incorrect way of talking about percentage point changes, but yeah, we're talking about increasing membership from the current membership rate of 55% up to 65% in the first year, and then from there up to 75% over the course of the second year.
Okay. Okay. All right. The next caller, DOC President 749, Jerome Washington. Go ahead, Jerome.
Hey, so my question is for Chris. So, Chris, you've been around Local 1000 for a long time in the accounting department, and congratulations on being the controller. So my first question is, in relationship to this 2022 budget, you talked about 2019 and 2020. Do you believe that those budgets resulted in any fraud or illegal activities or spending that you know of?
You're asking me if I think there was fraud or illegal activities in any of these prior
2019 and 20, yeah.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. As the controller, and now you have fiduciary responsibility to the local, do you agree with President Brown's statement that the board wasn't needed for those expenditures of the software, paying off the mortgage and the confidential budget committee, and those things could handle those situations. Do you agree with those statements?
Sounds like you're trying to get half of the board to hate me.
I'm just asking a question. I mean, you have
I don't know that. Yeah,
you have a
I don't
financial
know that I'm the
responsibility.
qualified really to answer a legal question like that.
Oh, okay. Is our attorney present?
Can you repeat that question, Jerome?
So my question is, do you agree with President Brown's statement that the board wasn't needed to approve the expenditures of the software, paying off the mortgage, or that these could be handled through confidential budget committee meetings?
So let me answer that. DLC 749 President Jerome Washington. I've answered this question several times. And the
Well, I
budget
know that you
committee
have,
made
but
some decisions.
Chris has
They stated they did
Chris
not
has a
violate the
legal,
policy.
a financial and legal responsibility to the local as a controller.
Right.
And I understand your answer, but
Right.
he has a different role that you don't share.
Actually, his role, he was in the meeting. So to ensure the confidentiality of that meeting, and those who were in that meeting know who they are, and they know what they said, I will respect their privacy. What's your next question, sir?
So, but in relationship to paying, buying the software and the mortgage, does Chris agree that those expenses aren't required to go to the board?
Again, that's a confidential meeting. Those decisions were made. He was part of some of those decisions. He was in those meetings. So,
Okay,
as the
I'll move
president,
on.
okay.
Thank you.
That is accurate. What I'm saying about what he's asking.
Yeah, and actually, when it comes to the loan, I'm at 100%. That was the right decision to pay that off.
Again, that was a confidential meeting.
You don't want me to talk about that, but
because I'm trying to help you. So, that was a confidential meeting. Those people in the meeting, and I stayed quiet on a lot of those decisions for a reason, because I didn't want to influence them. They made decisions, and I said, "Are you sure?" They told me they were sure. And that's how that meeting went. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jerome, with your next question. Go ahead, Jerome. Oh, he's done? He's muted? Yeah, he said he's done. Oh, he's done. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, DLC
Thank you.
749, President Jerome Washington, thank you. DLC 784, President Cullen Corral. Go ahead, sir. Cullen Corral.
Thank you, and I'll make it quick, very basic. Real quick on the one tab you had for the political breakdown, it lists a total for 80,000. Is that for this year employees, or is that from a previous year?
which line item are we talking about?
We're actually looking at a breakdown, and it may not be from yours, because I'm wondering if we've always, well, since I've been here, we've always said we have basically 96 to 100,000 represented state workers. So the slide that said the party's political affiliation had it listed at a total of 80,000. So I'm wondering if something happened and I'm not aware of it, or if it was something based on like a couple of years ago or something like that.
Hello, Colin. This is Kenny. I'm actually going to answer that because that was in my presentation.
Okay.
And I believe what you're asking about is the slide breakdown that has the party breakdown of our membership by political parties. So we can get to that.
Yes.
And at the very lower right corner where you see grand total, you see 81,220. So you're correct. We have 96 to 100,000 represented employees. This doesn't add up to that. There's a couple of reasons why that's the case. This file or this data doesn't come to us in the same file or data that we get from the state controller's office. That's what we call our roster data. It's the basically monthly payroll data. That's where we get our 100,000. What happens is, first of all, not everybody in Local 1000 is registered to vote, right? Either they have chosen not to register or they're not eligible to register to vote.
Okay, so that's the difference.
Sorry?
So that's the difference in 19,000?
Somewhat. There's an additional element here. The way we get this party breakdown, and it's a pretty common practice, is we actually have, or We actually have a contract or a relationship where I believe it's either SEIU International or somebody they work with tries to match voter registration and activity data to our membership. So it combines a series of factors and elements in our roster data like name, address, or maybe zip code and other elements to try and match that to voter registries. So there's a certain amount of uncertainty with linking up our roster data, which has the 100,000 lists, to the actual voter registries that they track across the whole US. And so what we get is the best sort of outcome of trying to bring two data sets that don't naturally speak together and glue them together. So when you do that, you get some loss because you're not going to get some matches. The way people are registered versus maybe how they report to the state in terms of their name may not match. Another thing we often find is where our members oftentimes do not update their address with the state. So oftentimes we have some folks who move quite a bit. And so where they're registered to vote as an address versus their address with the state doesn't match. So you get a lot of instances where the data doesn't get linked up. So we just get the best case scenario of where the data has enough overlap in certain factors to merge a record on the voter registration database to our Compass database.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure we weren't losing.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great question, actually. And next, yeah.
And then, so with the budget, I'm just making sure, so 10% in 2022, increase in membership, and then another 10% in 2023. So basically, each DLC will have to increase their membership by less than 1%. That doesn't seem aggressive or volatile to me. That seems pretty conservative. So that was the only questions I had.
For President Cullen Crow, we're trying to get through these last couple calls, questions, and then we're gonna try to attempt to call a roll call through David Jimenez, our VP Secretary Treasurer. We want to keep this open. We want to do a vote, yes or no, because people have been waiting long enough. They want to know, will we pass the budget tonight? All right, next caller, DOC 751, President Christina Ebbett. Go ahead, Christina. Okay, DLC 751, President Christina Ebbett, are you still there? Okay, so please unmute yourself, Christina. We're right here for you. Okay, we'll come back to her. Bunk Chair 4, Karen Jeffries. Go ahead, Karen.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, bunk members, board, president. My question is for Chris. Let me preface this before I speak. DLC 766, President Sharonda Ward was unable to continue with this meeting because she has to work. So I'm reading off questions that she actually has. The first question that she had was for Chris, and she got the last end of a statement that you made about $1.50 and the PAC dues. I believe you answered that question. In fact, you went beyond answering that question about PAC dues and where they're coming from. So I'm gonna move on to the next question. Due to our president saying that we're not in politics, will the COPE fund be demolished, and will members who contribute to that be reimbursed?
Bunk Chair, Karen Jeffries.
Bargaining Unit 4, Chair, Karen Jeffries.
Yes. Well, yeah, Bunk Chair
Christina?
4. All right. So Bunk Chair for Karen Jeffries. The COPE will not be demolished. Let me repeat this at 9:40. That COPE fund will not be demolished.
Okay.
Because that's an agreement we have with International. We will fulfill that financial agreement. I have never told anyone to stop their COPE fund. In fact,
You answered it. I
Okay.
just asked the question. You answered it. Thank you.
All right. Is you have
And
more
nope,
questions?
nope, I have other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
If the COPE fund decreases, has that been projected in this budget? Chris?
I think I talked, so I spoke a little bit about this. This is kind of related to one of the earlier questions.
Mhm.
So it all goes back to how our financial statements show the PACs. That's the political action committees, the committees that we control that are set up by Local 1000, funded by Local 1000 members. And and just how that flows through our own financials. So once we have funded the the PACs, that when there's additional spending that happens from those PAC funds with those funds that have already been sent to them in previous years, that doesn't affect these financial statements that we're looking at, and that doesn't affect the budgets that we're looking at. They're basically already at that point, they're drawing from funds that they already have.
Okay, thank you. She also has a question about travel. So she says, why is travel increasing? Consider that in 2019, all the meetings were supposed to be held in Sacramento in March of 2020. We were all ordered to telework. And in fact, the UAW contract even put the staff on 100% telework. So why is there an increase in travel?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would call this travel budget conservative, in the sense that it's we don't know what's going to happen with the pandemic. We can't predict what next year is going to look like or the year after that. So if we were to be under some of the same restrictions that are in place now and have been in place over the past year or two, then our travel and meetings spending should actually come in quite a bit lower than what's budgeted. The budgeted amount that we're looking at right now is accounting for the possibility that things may open up more than they are right now, and that we may be having more in-person meetings. So more traveling, more airfare, more hotel costs, everything associated with having those meetings in person, especially some of those larger meetings like the SBAC and board of directors meetings.
Okay, and normally, like I believe Bobby pointed out, we usually have like another document that is accompanied with the proposed budget. It has like a real detail, like with a cash flow, where you actually see where we budget for our compensation for our staff. So this question, it says, where does it show the increase of employees' salaries based on the promotion followed up by the 14% pay increase, along with the salaries that of management, which we never were made? She has a long question. We never were made of their percentage or increase.
So the cash flow statement is something that usually, well, not usually, it always ends up in our annual audit report that's prepared by an independent CPA firm. It's I would call it a complex financial statement that is there. It can be helpful for, like, say, very savvy investors, people with a lot of financial experience as far as researching large organizations. But it's been presented before to the board of directors, and Steve Schmidt, I remember him telling me about this, about how people's eyes would just glaze over the moment he got to that. And, he would do it again and again, and nobody seemed to get anything out of it. But it's never been a part of the budget presentation.
So that statement of cash flows that Bunk Chair 21 Bobby Dalton Roy is talking about is a complex document. People in accounting and finance know how complex that document is. And so to people who are outside of those fields, you will get lost. And that's why Steve Smith stopped presenting it, because he knew it just went over the top of their heads. So again, we're presenting all this information transparently, just like it was in the past. There's no difference. We're not trying to hold back any information so we can pass this budget tonight. You have any more
But again,
questions?
my question, yes, my question was,
Mhm.
where is that 14% pay increase
It should have been
in the budget?
It should be budgeted in the staff salaries for each year. He's taking into account those pay increases on October 1st.
Then 2021 should have an amendment or an adjustment.
They just got the pay increase on October 1st, 2021.
So there should be an amendment to that budget, correct?
Go ahead, Chris.
Because we just budgeted for a certain amount of money for 2021. We did
Right,
not
so-
come back and amend the budget.
Right. So what happens there, we had a change. It's effective October 1st of this year, and results in staff salaries and staff wages being higher. There was a pay increase. So when something like that happens, we don't immediately jump in and amend the budget. We keep the budget the way that it is, but we do show those actual costs along with the budget so that the board can compare those and see how did actual costs come in versus what was budgeted. So the projected 2021 column, as well as the budgets for 2022 through 2024, take that into account.
Hold on 1 minute. Got one more. Okay. I don't know if this was a question or a statement. So past budgets were not discussed prior to the board or after, as was confirmed by the president. So how is it that we still don't get the budget or other presentations in a timely manner to present to our DLC, but the information is being put out there that we are not discussing the financials when we can't? This is the present administration only, and we are aware of what happened previously. Now, this is a statement from Sharonda Ward, DLC 766. And that's the end of my questions.
Chair Karen Jeffries, and thank you for asking the questions for DOC 766 President Sharonda Ward. All right, our next caller, DOC 781 President Van Nguyen, or Van Nguyen. Go ahead, Van.
Hello, President Brown. Thank you for calling me up. So I actually had a question from a broader perspective. We've been presented the budget and some of the membership trends, but at some point, are we going to be presented with your vision for our strategic plan for the next 3 years and the business initiatives for each of the years, so that we see it in a larger perspective how the spending is going to impact, our goals and our plans?
Yes.
Okay. At what time will we be receiving this information? Because in the context of everything, I do think it's helpful to be able to have that context before voting. And I feel like with the 3 somewhat hours we've been here, we haven't really heard about much detail as far as what your vision for the future will be. So if you would mind just sharing a little bit of what you've been working on.
I'll share that once we pass this budget. because people have their hands raised, and I'm not going to take up any more time. But that's a great question, and I've been talking about it over the last few months. All right, you have any more questions?
To be quite honest with you, President Brown, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with voting yes without knowing that information ahead of time.
I respect that. I do. And if
So-
you vote, if you decide to vote no, I'll respect that. But you'll be able to vote no in front of everyone. So we've been going long, and you've had my number for many, many months. So, and I know we've played phone tag, and people know I'm trying to drive up membership, and that is my goal. And so by quote creating more job stewards, being transparent. You asked me I'm answering this really quickly, and then I'm gonna go on to the next person.
I actually
So-
have a follow-up question after that too. Just one more question once you're done responding.
Okay, my 10-point platform is very clear, and I'm the only one who ran on the 10-point platform. That is my strategic goal. The staff, along with hopefully all the DLC presidents and bunk chairs and activists and job stewards, will help me get that done. Thank you very much for your question. What's your next question?
My next question actually has to do with the DLC strategic plans. What we were advised when we went through DLC officer training was if we were to submit a strategic plan, we could have multiple stewards be approved for union leave. My question is, has the approval of the DLC strategic plans been accounted for in the budget?
Yes.
Okay, and has it been accounted for with the expectation it's going to increase in 2022 since this is a relatively new program, or is it steady based on what the current 2021 trends are?
Somewhat of an increase because we're going into negotiations in the spring of 2023, and we may get started sometime earlier on in 22, but it's all been anticipated.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for DLC President 781 Van Nguyen. All right, next DLC President. Oh boy, I don't have that one memorized. Cynthia Vo. 742, Cynthia Vo. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Good evening, President Brown and Controller. I had two questions on line items here. So if you can go ahead and go to line item 5920 regarding the certification renewals. Can you elaborate what that account is? Like who's getting certificate renewals?
Yes, so that is professional, that's for professional certifications for staff. For instance, I am a CPA and there's a renewal process every 2 years around that. So those costs would be included there. We have a number of attorneys on staff here that are state bar members, so it also includes their professional certification as well. I think that may be all of it or close to all of what's in there. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Sorry. I automatically muted myself. Yes, that's helpful. Because I didn't remember seeing that line before. And then the next line item I have a question on is 7410, related to the consultants. Previous president did bring this up, and the answer was, I guess, cutting down on political consultants. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those consultants are supposed to be consultants during bargaining, that we utilize them, as well as if they're political consultants, weren't they also used during bargaining so that our contract, which is basically a bill brought before the state assembly and state senators to be passed. I just have concerns. How is it like cut to such a reduced amount, especially since we'll be going into bargaining?
742 President Cynthia Vo. Yes, that there has been a reduction. Those consultants, as someone was texting me saying they weren't just for political, they were also helping the staff. So sometimes these consultants were doing multiple roles. We know that we always need consultants for Local 1000, but the price has been reduced. But this is just a forecast. Those numbers we may exceed those numbers and go back to how it was done in the past. Possibly, we don't know yet for sure. But we did a conservative, reduced approach on that. But that's a great question. What's your next question?
Well, I guess still following up on the consultant question is, let's say that that cost is higher than your proposed budget. Chris had mentioned before that most of the like 3-year budget is based off of an average. So I could see how, you know, we could then pull funding like kind of across the line rather than from another account.
Right.
And we don't have kind of that, I guess that that leeway there.
Right.
So how could we potentially, if we're going to be a leaner and meaner organization, we don't have that space.
Yeah, I do want to add that there is some overlap between some of the line items here under professional services, and at times costs that fall under, you know, may get coded as legal. They may come from a firm that, among other things, provides legal consulting from attorneys. So not all of those costs from, you know, quote unquote consultants are going to be on that line item. Some of them are may show up in other places, including that legal line item at the bottom of this slide.
Okay. And then the other place I could think of where consultants would be coming from is the required trainings that we do every year as a board, like our ethics training, our fiduciary duty kind of trainings. I remember we would have the outside trainers, speakers come in on that, and I think that's under consultants. Is that still covered under this?
Yeah, I believe so. That would be, you're talking about like at board of directors meetings or some of those real-time strategic change type annual meetings that we would have where there'd be like motivational speakers or speakers on different topics. Yeah, some of that would fall under consultants. So that would be included in this budget here.
Okay, yeah, because I just remember like usually it was like the June summer meetings where we would have to do like all of our like mandated trainings, and knowing how much having someone come in to do one of those trainings, I just feel like it's a very, very limited budget there if we're also going into bargaining. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. DLC 742 President Cynthia Vo. Those are very good questions. We're almost done, and then we're gonna do a roll call with David Jimenez, and then we're going to vote this contract, yes or no. And we're going to do it in front of everyone tonight. Thank you for holding on. DLC 767 President Benjamin Orega, he's stepping in for the president of 767, Richard Wake. I think Richard Wake, for some personal issues, stepped down for 60 days. So go ahead, Benjamin.
I think this BOD meeting is out of order. We need to reschedule or something. This has been scheduled outside of the 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. meeting. And there were people who went on union leave or requested union leave. I didn't have to request union leave. I don't work these hours. I am past my bedtime.
I apologize.
So I
apologize.
Well, I think this needs to, if we're going to vote on something, we really need to have had this meeting called to order during the time that people actually have union
So
leave.
Benjamin Orega, we're asking questions. So whether you called the meeting to order or not, these questions were still getting asked, but they're being asked in a more relaxed fashion so people could hear what the presidents had to say and how they're representing their membership.
Well, I
So,
believe
but I
all of
respect
that. Yeah, well, all of that probably should have been addressed on the 18th and 19th.
Yeah, well, actually, I talked on the 18th, and then we had the meeting on the 19th, and we were letting our members' voices be heard for the first time in Local 1000 history.
Well, it's
and
not
all
the
day
first
today,
time.
all day today, I told people what the process was, and everyone came out tonight. So I want to thank you for your statements. And if you feel like that you don't want to stay for the roll call, or if you feel like we don't need to have a roll call tonight, and just pass the budget anyway, if that's what you
This meeting
feel.
is not in order then. If it's
Okay,
not been
again,
called to order within 2 hours.
Again,
that's corporate code, isn't it?
No. Don't come talking about corporate code, because this meeting has not been called officially to order. I am the chair of this meeting. So until we do a roll call to officially call this meeting to order, this is how it is. But thanks for your concern. Any more questions, sir?
No, that is all, President
Thank you
Brown.
for your time. Next caller, DOC 743 President Amani.
Hello, Richard. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I also second what Benjamin stated. I took
Okay.
my time on the 18th and the 19th to have this discussion. I feel like I am being rushed in the decision making.
Okay.
I want to hear the debates. I'm a new board member,
Okay.
and I want to hear the debates from the more senior board members. I want to hear their
Right.
responses.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The 18th and the 19th was the appropriate forum to do this. However, I
Mhm.
want to applaud you, Richard, for your transparency. I appreciate that. I respect that. And for making yourself vulnerable in this way, but was not the appropriate forum to have this meeting.
So
Okay.
I
And
wanna
wait,
thank-
I'm not done. Wait, hold on, Richard. And the
Mhm.
second thing I am concerned about at this point, this is public information. We know there are lawsuits that are
Mhm.
currently in place here. I am concerned about the contingent liability and how that will impact our union. Okay. That's something that we should have as board members to make sound financial decisions.
Right.
And so and that's something we do in executive session because it is
Right.
confidential.
Right.
Okay. So
Right.
I'm concerned about that. Go ahead, Mr.
So
President.
let me be clear. The 18th and 19th, on the 18th, there is no board of directors meeting, even though it's scheduled like that. It's all human rights. So nothing happened on the 18th. On the 19th, I read the impact statements. We didn't get a chance to do the routine business because the members' voices had to be heard because they've been ignored for too many years. And that's why I was elected president. With that being said, tonight, 6:30 to 8:30, they did the presentation. We took the questions. People had a lot of questions that could not be answered in a Robert of Rules order. So the members could see you asking questions and get a view on how you really feel about this budget. And that's why it went down like this. The lawsuits is a private confidential matter. You say we should have that in a confidential closed session. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you're saying that because that's what some people want to do. They want to take all this to a closed session so they can, quote, act who they really are. And now the membership won't know how they really act. Not you. I'm not stating you, but others on this board. And
Well,
so
it's privileged
this is
information.
why
We can't
this is why I want everyone to talk in front of everyone on this board. I want the members to know how this board operates and how they feel.
So can you
I
talk
want them to
about the
know.
lawsuit if that's the
No,
logic
because
you're
that's a
using?
confidential matter that I've already discussed.
Exactly.
That's a
That's why we need an
confidential matter, but
executive
that has
session
nothing to
with
do, that has not one thing to do with passing this 2022 proposed budget. We have an insurance company. We have those things taken care of because we are a corporation. Now, with that being said, do you have any more questions?
That's my, well, I just want to say the contingent liability has everything to do with this budget. So and
Well,
I'll
you
leave
know
it
what?
at that.
And you know what? You'll get a chance if you want to vote the budget down, because that's how you feel. Everyone will see you do that. And some people will respect
Absolutely.
you.
And you know what? You can give
Right.
them my emails if they have an issue with
You
me
know what? I
voting
don't
it
have
down.
to, because I'm sure people will look you up because hopefully your email is listed on our transparent website.
It is. I
Very
have no
good.
problems voting this down, Richard.
Very
I don't,
good.
I
And we
feel
respect
rushed.
we respect your ability to want to vote the budget down and not pay the staff. All right. Next caller. DLC 765 President Leonard Seitz. Hold on, we'll go back to her, the very last one. DLC 765
I hope
President Leonard Seitz.
Okay, I hope I can be heard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to raise a point of order. I remember several years ago, we were having vice presidents represent presidents in board meetings.
Yes,
And there was a ruling that came down that said there's no substitutions allowed.
that's correct.
So I remind you of that for tonight.
So right now, there's no point of order because we're not under the Robert Rules of Order. Number two, if the information is correct, DOC 767 President Richard Wake said he had to step down for 60 days or whatever for personal matters. And so his VP became the quote acting president for 60 days. Now that's the information that was relayed to me.
Okay.
If that's inaccurate information, DOC 765 President Leonard Seitz, please instruct me differently.
Yeah, well, it sounds plausible to me. I wasn't
Okay.
aware that there had been a switch of presidents. But I think it's also a point worth making for anyone else who's trying to substitute for a president.
And you know what, DOC 765 President Leonard Seitz, you're right, because you know that there's something fishy going on in DOC 767. You know that, and I know that too. But we're having positive, enthusiastic energy tonight. If this is how they want to play, this is what they want to do, even though we know that in the spirit of good faith, they're not doing it correctly, that's fine. Thank you for your call, sir. All right, the last call, and then we're going to try to open up this board, do a roll call with David Jimenez. DOC 751 President Christina Ebbett. Go ahead, Christina.
Good evening. Do you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. I would like to know how this is a board of, I have a few questions, but first I want to bring a point. And you said we're not in Robert's rules. So this whole discussion, all the questions, all the answers and everything that have been going on about this budget proposal will not be entered into the minutes for the board of directors meeting. We're going to call a board director meeting to order and just vote yes or no, and then close the meeting with no body to the meeting. That's we have no discussion, nothing about the budget being presented. We're just gonna call the board to order. And I know I'm probably gonna tick some people off and probably mess myself up on these questions, but I'm asking anyway, because I've already expressed to you when you called me previously and an email, I have concerns about this meeting. I don't have concerns with guests. I don't have concerns with people watching. We've had that happen before in live board meetings. But I do have concerns that the meeting wasn't called to order and that the questions, comments, and concerns are being put into the minutes of the meeting. It's the Robert's Rules of Order, and I just did the training that was offered through SEIU. You call the meeting to order, you present the whatever you're presenting, and then the board votes on it. This may come back on us. Then that's the part I was going to say about coming back. Also, I asked you a question, and I've asked a couple of other people about the NDA that we signed earlier that said there's a corporate insurance, and you said that we're about 90% covered. If this in any way violates the NDA that every single board member signed, are the board members protected whether they vote yes or no?
Let me be clear, Christina.
Okay.
That NDA that you signed on June 27th, send me a copy of it. I want to see it.
I did.
I don't remember getting that in no email.
I did.
So
yes,
you signed,
sir.
hold on a second. You and all these other DOC presidents signed the NDA on June 27th. Really? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I want the whole board to see me their NDAs. I want to take a look at it.
Mr. Brown.
No, I'm just saying, I want to see a copy of it.
Mr. Brown, I sent you a copy of the NDA in my email that says December 7th.
And it says June 27th that you signed an NDA? Really?
They sent it to us. Communication sent it to us. We had to sign it and mail it back. Am I the only one that got one? I'm pretty sure the rest of the board members signed an NDA. I highlighted the spots for you in the, I don't want to argue with you, but I did highlight the spots.
Well, listen. I'm not trying to argue with you, Christina. You call and you say the things that you want, and I try to get them done for you, and then you still call on here and act like I'm the one that's arguing with you. You
No,
present
I'm
this.
not
You,
trying, no, I'm
right?
not trying to act
Because
like
what,
you.
but listen to how I'm saying this, Christina. Of it, you're saying you signed the NDA, and I don't remember getting it. If you sent it, then resend it to me again so I can take a look at it. Because I never signed the NDA, and I'm the president of Local 1000, so I'm confused.
Well,
Yeah.
if
I'm just
next,
confused because I'm the president of the largest public sector union in the state of California, and somehow I never signed the NDA.
it came out in an email just before or right after we became presidents, and it says
Okay.
SEIU Local 1000 non-disclosure agreement. Then
Okay.
it says the signee acknowledges that all membership data, including but not limited to membership, lit files, list, contract information, tracking, and
Okay.
financial data of any type,
Okay.
and associated membership financial transaction data is confidential. The exclusive property
I
of
get one?
SEIU Local 1000.
Did I get one? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm asking the staff. Did I get
Oh.
one? Because I don't remember signing one. I want to see where I signed that at. Because if I'm wrong, then I'll be wrong. But I want to see where I'm wrong
Well,
at.
that's why I'm asking. I'm really concerned about this because it says the
Well, I think
signee
your
will protect
concerns are unwarranted, and this idea of this fear that they've been spreading since the time I became president, and then they, these lawsuits. This is just a fear propaganda game that they're trying to scare the board to not passing this budget. That's what this is, in my personal opinion. I'm telling you what my personal opinion is, and I'm not very, very enthused by what you're saying
I'm
because I
sorry.
know it's wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
You know that it's wrong that we have an NDA?
No, what
or
I'm
that-
saying is the fear that people have been spreading about these lawsuits and how I'm destroying the union. That's a fear and propaganda game, and I'm not playing these games. Therefore, do you have any questions about this proposed budget so we
Yes.
can end this off? We can end this
Miss-
and get
Mr.
this.
Brown,
Yes.
excuse me, please. You and I have talked, and you know I'm not on either side of this propaganda. Which side? I'm here. You and I have talked 3 times on the phone and via email. I'm not spreading fear. I'm not spreading propaganda. I'm asking you a simple question because if we're protected and we're not going to get sued for $5,000 because there's something that may be
Who
wrong.
told you you're being sued for $5,000? Who's giving you this legal?
It's in the NDA paperwork.
Oh my gosh!
It's
You're not.
on that-
You're not getting sued for anything.
I didn't say I
You're
was
just-
at the moment. I'm not.
You know
trying-
what? That's the fear. Sometimes lawsuits come and go. Sometimes lawsuits are not settled for years upon years. You
Okay,
don't even know if
you know
you'll still
what?
be on the board when these lawsuits are finally cleared up. So this is just a fear game, and I'm not playing these fear games. Tell
I'm
me
not
something
playing-
that's related to this proposed budget that you have a question
Okay,
about.
let's
If
go
not,
back. Oh, you know what?
okay.
We'll skip the NDA part because as I
Okay.
said, this stuff is not on the board meeting. I mean, this is not going to be, I don't know how this discussion is going to be part of the board minutes if it's not called to order. But I'll ask the question that one of my members that just sent me a text message. It says, why do we have a vice president, secretary, treasurer, and only Chris and President Brown are answering? Does he have information that some of the other presidents are asking? That's not my question. That's somebody that texted that to me.
Who has information? Who's that? Who you said?
You've answered, and Chris Brackett has answered most of the questions tonight. And they're
Okay.
asking why is there a vice president, secretary, treasurer if why he's not answering the questions instead of you answering all the questions?
Okay, that's a great question, Christina. He answered the budget committee questions last weekend. He chairs the budget committee. Everything that's been done tonight, he saw and approved, along with myself. He didn't call for the meeting tonight, I did. And so I'm sitting here with our controller answering these questions. What's your next question?
Okay. On the increase to the membership. This one here, earlier today, I only caught part of your meeting earlier today. I think it was Kevin Manager that said something about it being a fantasy that we can get 1,000 members a month. He made a comment that with the current budget, it would be 1,000. You guys had a heated discussion about that. And when he said it would be 1,000 members a month to do this. my question is, for this budget, we want to increase by 85% or 65% in the next year. Are you taking into consideration that most of the state employees are getting up in age, and we are having a heck of a time finding people to replace them? With food service, nursing, CNAs, LVNs, RNs, custodians, all of our lower paid, and even with the $15 an hour, in a majority of the areas can't afford to live, and they're not coming to work for state service. We're 56 people short for CNAs, and we are 17 people short for food service in my facility alone. And I understand other facilities are even shorter than us. If we can't hire people, we can't recruit people. And we're losing money as they retire. I have 14 more people retiring out within the next 7 months. My concern is with this budget, is it possible to do a little more conservative, give us a percentage that's a little more conservative? I understand we can move funds around in the future if we need to, but we're looking at, we're doing job fairs and people aren't even showing up for job fairs.
Let me go back to that idea about, quote, you possibly being sued. Rare cases where anybody on this board ever gets sued. Rare cases. Number two, we don't live in fear. We look and say we're going to increase our membership. And this idea that we can't increase our membership, I'm not accepting that. That's not the leader that I am. That's not the local 1000 that I'm part of. The
Mr.
word
Brown, I'm not in fear of increasing membership. I have the #1 DLC for membership. I'm not in fear of increasing it. My
Yes,
goal
you
was,
do. Yes, you do.
yes, I do what?
You have the #1
Oh.
DLC. You are absolutely right. You're right.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant, yes, I do live in fear.
No,
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 okay.
no.
My goal has always been to get us up into 95%, and we're, I think right now at 87% for membership. So increasing membership, I agree, we can increase membership. I'm saying that we have high hopes, but our budget shouldn't be fixed on high hopes of increasing membership when we're looking at a whole bunch of people leaving state service because they're all 55 plus and not currently able to hire people. Even if we try to do, there's facilities in other areas besides mine that have R&R and they're short staffed. They can't recruit. I mean, they can't get people.
So
that restricts our membership.
So let me say this, and
Okay.
then we're gonna wrap this up, and we're gonna try to do a roll call with David Jimenez, our VP Secretary Treasurer. Your concerns about raising membership, they're not unreasonable, but we can raise membership. Second thing, the idea of there being personal liability of board members for budgeting more expenditures than likely revenue or for funding defense of civil litigation against Local 1000 is not true. Board members have a duty of inquiry, and they are allowed with documents like we were looking at now to rely on statements and representations made by professionals who are hired to do such things. That should clear that up. Now, we're going to raise membership, but it's not going to be easy. This idea of living in the fantasy, and since you heard that conversation, that very robust conversation, I don't understand why you couldn't call this afternoon when I was talking to Kevin Manager to ask these questions, because I was talking about
I wasn't on Zoom, sir.
Then how did you hear about this? How did you hear about this quote fantasy conversation between me and Kevin Manager?
It was on Facebook. I was watching.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
watching you live part of the time on Facebook when I got a
Okay.
chance to log into it.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I couldn't log into Zoom when I was doing. I have two more quick questions.
Okay.
Earlier, Mr. Chris said something about this budget as
Mhm.
part of other budgets that he has, and this is only a sample sheet or something like that.
That's not true. This is the projected budget for the next 3 years.
Okay.
Okay.
And then one more question. During a couple of conversations, and I may have misheard it, one comment was that the building is paid off and another comment was the building is refinanced. So did we just pay off the refinancing part of the building, or was it paid off previously and then refinanced?
The question was the building paid off? The answer is yes. Had the building been refinanced in the past? Yes. Did the board know? They did not know. That's the answer. Okay.
Okay, that's
All right.
that clears
Thank
it
you
up.
very
Thank
much. Okay, now we are going to now try to call this meeting to order. David Jimenez, are you there?
I'm
David
here.
Jimenez, Secretary Treasurer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let's try. Let's see how many people we have left. Because some people may have had to leave. Some people we can call and they can tell us how they want to vote over the phone. So go ahead, David.
Okay, I'll start with the roll call with DLC presidents. There's 52 DLCs, 10 bargain unit chairs, and the 4 executive officers. That's total board of directors of 66 people. So a quorum would be 34. Right.
50. I have 51 DLC presidents, 10 bunk chairs, and 4 statewide officers for 65.
I have 52. Maybe do you have 850? The last state bar DLC. We could go through I could go through the roll call and
So the
see
state
where
bar
we're.
is 65, right? 66 or 65? Okay, go ahead and count it up. Go ahead, David.
Okay. So I'll start with DLCs, and I'm just gonna go with people's names. I would suggest that we unmute everybody, and then everybody just unmute themselves, so that way there's that no delay, and it doesn't take so long to call this roll. So that we could do that, and everybody could be respectful to just unmute themselves when it comes to their turn, and so that way we don't have that delay.
And David, some people I can call or text. They're still here. They're traveling, but they're still here. So go ahead.
Okay. So Lisa Davis. Lisa Davis, DLC 701.
I'm here. I don't have a voice.
Okay, here. 702, Nisi Davis.
Good evening, President.
Thank you.
DC Davis, DLC 702.
Thank you. Jason Sandoval.
Jason Sandoval, DLC 703, President awake.
Thank you. Latasha Brown.
DLC 704, Latasha Brown, present.
Thank you. Michelle Roy.
DLC 705, Michelle Roy, present.
Thank you. Erica Chatterpaul.
Good evening. Good evening, DLC 706, present.
Thank you. Carol Leonardo Valdez.
DLC 707, Leonardo Valdez here.
Thank you. Naomi Musembi Johnson. Naomi Musembi Johnson. Okay. Robert Gilbert. Robert Gilbert. Maria Blaine. DLC 722, Maria Blaine.
722 here.
Thank you. Stephen Alari.
Here.
Thank you. DeLon Seacrest.
DeLeon Seacrest here.
DeLeon Seacrest, sorry about that. Misty Del Rosario.
725 President, Misty Del Rosario, present.
Thank you. Charity Regalado.
Present.
Thank you. Linda Martin.
DLC 727, Linda Martin, present.
Thank you. Monica Rodriguez. I'm sorry, I skipped 729, DLC 729, Nancy Martinez. Nancy Martinez, DLC 729. Okay, 741, Monica Rodriguez.
Monica Rodriguez present.
Thank you. Cynthia Vo, 742.
DLC 742, Cynthia Vo, present.
Thank you. Imani Dahabu.
DLC 743, Imani Dahabu present.
Thank you. Bill Hall.
DLC 744, Bill Hall present.
Thank you. Jocelyn Odom. 746, Jocelyn Odom. Ramon Navarrete.
District Labor Council 747, present.
Thank you. Jerome Washington.
DLC 749, Jerome Washington present.
Thank you. Christina Ebbett.
DLC 751, Christina Ebbett, present.
Thank you. Kevin Healy.
With a respectful point of order that we're past the 8:30 and ineligible to do business, I'm present over objection.
Thank you. Angelique Moreno.
761 present.
Thank you. Donette Sparkman. Donette Sparkman, DLC 762. Okay. Jennifer Cordova. DLC 764, Jennifer Cordova. DLC 765, Leonard Seitz.
Leonard Seitz present.
Thank you. Sharonda Ward, DLC 766. DLC 766, Sharonda Ward. DLC 767, Ben Arriaga.
Thank you, present. DLC 767, Benjamin Arriaga.
Thank you. Cheryl Allen, DLC 768.
DLC 768, present, Cheryl Allen.
Thank you. Daryl Kirby. DLC 769, Daryl Kirby. DLC 770, Nicole Skolovoskoy. $770, Nicole Skolovoskoy. $771, Tommy Rico.
771, Tommy Rico present.
770 is present as well.
Okay. 772, Mary Dela Cruz.
772, Mary Dela Cruz present.
Thank you. Van Nguyen.
DLC 781, Huang Van Nguyen, present.
Thank you. David Johnson.
782, David Johnson, present.
Thank you. Colin Crawl.
Present.
Thank you. Wanda Yanez.
DLC 785 present.
Thank you. Teresa Taylor.
DLC 786, present.
Thank you. Ruth Ibarra.
Present.
Thank you. Heather Kessler.
DLC 788, Heather Kessler, present.
Thank you. Eileen Bogdan.
DLC 789 present.
780. Okay. 790, Cindy Doyle.
DLC 790, Cindy Doyle, present.
Oh, I see where I have a 787 listed twice. So that is where I was off, President Brown. Okay, so 790 Cindy Doyle's here. 792 Jack Dean.
DLC 792, Jack Dean, present.
Okay. David Smith. DLC 793 David Smith. Okay, DLC 794 Francina Stevenson.
DLC 794, Francina Stevenson, present.
Thank you. Ruth Kiker.
DLC 795, present.
What does point of question move to vote mean?
Delon Johnson.
Present.
And Carrie Riley.
DLC 850, Carrie Riley, present.
Okay, so then bargaining unit chairs.
What does
one.
point of question move to vote mean?
I believe we're taking a roll call vote on this issue. I'm not sure who that was, so we will be taking roll call through the end. Bargaining unit 1, Susan Rodriguez.
Bargaining unit 1, Susan Rodriguez, present.
Okay. Robert Holt, bargaining unit 3.
Bargaining unit 3, Robert Holtz, present.
Thank you. Karen Jeffries, bargaining unit 4.
Bargaining unit chair 4, Karen Jeffries, present.
Bargaining unit 11, Brad Willis.
Brad Willis, unit 11 chair, present.
Unit 14, I believe, Robert Vega.
Here.
Thank you. Unit 15, Eric Murray.
Yeah,
I'm present.
I was
Thank
gonna,
you. Unit
I was gonna make a
17,
motion to amend it. What were you doing?
Vanessa C. Strong.
Vanessa C. Strong, present.
Hold on 1 second, David. Cindy Doyle, you're letting your strategy out. Mute yourself. You're letting your strategy out, Cindy Doyle. Mute yourself. Okay, go ahead, David. Since they say I don't play fair, and then I'm telling them what they're doing.
Unit 20, Melissa Vartanian.
Present.
Thank you. Unit 21, Bobby Roy Dalton. I'm sorry, Bobby Roy.
Unit 21 Chair, President Bobby Dalton Roy.
Okay, sorry about that, Bobby. And State Bar, Andrew Vasicek.
Vasicek, present.
Thank you. Okay, executive officers, President Brown.
Present.
Secretary Treasurer David Jimenez here, present. VP of Organizing Representation, Annika Walls.
Annika Walls, VP, present.
And VP of Bargaining, Irene Green.
Present.
Thank you. So I have 04, 10. We have a quorum of 41, 51, 55. I have a count of 55.
You have a count of 55?
Correct.
I have 56. We have 56, Dave.
Okay. It's 42 DLCs, 10 chairs, 52 and the 4. So yeah, 56. Sorry about that.
Okay, sounds fantastic. We have a quorum. We met the threshold of 33. All right, we're gonna vote this yes or no, straight up and down. We've been here long enough. I've been saying this all day. 1034, that's our number. That's when we're gonna start this. So let's start the vote right now.
Point of order.
Point of question move to vote.
Thank you. Seconded. Who
There was a
seconds the
point of
other?
order. There was a point of
Again,
order.
No. I don't think so. We're
Point of
going to vote.
order,
Let's
point
go.
of order.
We're going to vote. Let's go.
Point
Voting the contract right now. We're voting the contract right now. Yes, we are. It's been seconded. Let's go.
We're going to vote.
We're going to vote right now. Yes or no on this contract. Let's get it started.
Point of order,
Let's
Mr.
get it started right now. We're doing.
DLC
That's what we're
725.
doing. We're voting right now. All
Richard,
right.
we have the
Vote.
point of order.
First vote, Lisa Davis. Let's go.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Lisa
Point of order
Davis.
goes first.
We are going right now.
I had a
Hold
point
on.
of
Mute
order.
Mute us
Please,
all,
please,
mute us
sir.
all, and
Please,
then
please.
mute us as we
Please,
vote.
mute
Okay.
everybody
You
right
know,
now.
learn
Mute everybody
something.
right now.
Robert's Rules of Order, point of order is
Mute them all. We have been here long enough, and I have said this. This is a yes or no vote. They had their time to ask all their questions to our great staff, Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, and our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. They are not going to hijack this meeting. We're going to vote right now in front of all of our membership right now. That's what we're doing. Hold on one second. So we're calling it to order, and that's what we're doing right now. Let's go. Let's do the vote right now. We're getting started.
So back to the roster. 701 Lisa Davis. How do you vote?
Unmute Lisa Davis so she can vote.
I'm gonna abstain.
I could not make that out.
Was that a yes or was that a no?
It's an abstain.
You abstained? Okay, she's abstained, David. Go ahead.
Okay, 702 Nisi Davis.
And this is a roll call vote. We are recording these votes. Go ahead.
702 President Nisi Davis. Can they unmute her, please?
Yes, hold on one second. We're unmuting Nisi Davis. I'm sorry. Gertrude Nisi Davis.
Okay, my vote is no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
DLC 703 President Jason Sandoval.
Please unmute Jason Sandoval.
Jason Sandoval, DLC 703. I vote yes on the budget.
Thank you. DLC 704 President Latasha Brown.
Please unmute DOC 704 President Latasha Brown.
Latasha Brown, how do you vote? President.
You can talk. Please unmute yourself, Latasha. Please unmute yourself, Latasha Brown, DLC President 704.
Moving on. I think she's there, right? Is she not able to unmute?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay. We'll circle back. DLC 705, Michelle Roy.
Please unmute DOC 705 President Michelle Roy.
I vote yes.
Thank you. DLC 706 President Erica Chatterpaul.
I abstain.
DLC 707 President Carol Leonardo Valdez.
Yes.
Thank you. DLC 710 President. Oh, that was absent.
No. 722 Maria Blaine. 722 Maria Blaine.
Maria Blaine, DLC President 722. Maria Blaine, DLC 722. How do you vote?
I vote no.
Thank you. DLC 723, President Stephen Alari.
Stephen Larry, DLC 723, I vote no. No.
Thank you. DLC 724, President Deleon Seacrest.
Abstain.
Okay. DLC 725, President Misty Del Rosario.
This is Misty Del Rosario. I'd like to say that I'm going to have no other choice but to vote no because we are not allowed to amend or discuss any further on this budget.
Thank you. DLC 726, President Charity Regalado.
Yes.
Thank you. DLC 727, Linda Martin, President.
Yes.
Thank you. DLC 741, Monica Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. 742, Cynthia Vo.
DLC 742, Cynthia Vo. I vote no.
Thank you. 743, DLC President Imani Dahabu.
I vote no.
Thank you. 744, President Bill Hall.
DLC 744, Bill Hall. I vote no.
Thank you. DLC 747, Ramon Navarrete. DLC
747, Ramon Navarrete, abstain.
Okay. Thank you. 749, President Jerome Washington.
Jerome Washington, DLC 749, I vote no.
DLC 751, President Christina Abbott.
President Christina Evans, 751. I really wanted to vote yes, but I got to vote no because we didn't get a chance to discuss it with Robert Rules of Orders for people that make suggestions. Sorry.
752, President Kevin Healy.
Not letting me unmute.
We can hear you, Kevin.
Okay, it's saying I'm still muted. Continuing point of order, respectfully, there's a point of order. There is no motion before the House. A motion has to be made and seconded to approve this budget. We haven't done that. And also that we have an amendment from 8.
We didn't ask you all for all that, sir. Either a yes or no vote. Thank you.
I didn't ask for an illegal meeting. This is beyond
Okay.
the time.
And again, you attended the illegal meeting in October, so it's funny how now all of a sudden you know about illegal meetings. Is there
I
a
challenge
yes
the
or no?
ruling of the chair.
All right,
I
move on.
challenge the
Move
ruling
on.
of the chair.
We can't get an answer from him.
Are you refusing?
Move on.
Okay. 761, Angelique Moreno.
I vote yes.
Thank you. So 765, Leonard Seitz. DLC 765, President Leonard Seitz.
Leonard Sides votes yes.
Okay, thank you. DLC 767, President Sharonda Ward.
No, Ben Orega. DLC 767, President Ben Orega.
76. Oh, that's right. She's abstaining. She's absent. Sorry about that. Okay. 767 Ben Arega. President Ben Ariaga.
Yes, hi. Sorry, it took a while for me to unmute.
Go ahead.
Voting no. I would like actual procedure in place.
Okay, thank you. 768 President Cheryl Allen.
Yes.
Okay. 770 DLC President Nicole Skolovskoy.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. DLC 771 Tommy Rico.
I vote no.
DLC 772 Mary Dela Cruz, President.
This is Mary Dela Cruz. I vote absolutely yes, and we respect the staff of SEIU.
Thank you. DLC 781 Van Nguyen, President.
DLC 781 Huang Van Nguyen. And I would actually like to be regarded that in the future, as I've stated in previous board meetings. So
Sorry
President
about
Brown and VP Jimenez, thank you very much. And I vote no.
Okay. DLC 782 President David Johnson.
I voted no.
Okay. 784 President Colin Crowell.
I vote yes.
Okay. 785 President Wanda Yanez.
I vote yes.
Thank you. 786 President Teresa Taylor.
Teresa Taylor, 786, I vote no.
Thank you. DLC 787 President Ruth Ibarra.
I abstain.
Thank you. DLC 788 President Heather Kessler.
DLC 788 Heather Kessler, I abstain.
Okay. DLC 789 Eileen Bogdan.
DLC 789 Eileen Boughton, I vote yes.
Thank you. DLC 790 President Cindy Doyle.
Point of information, was there actually a second made on this? I didn't hear it.
Yes,
too
there
much
was.
going on.
There was a second. Go ahead. Vote yes or no, Cindy.
I wish I could actually make sure that our staff get paid, but I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thank you
didn't
very.
give us a chance to amend, so.
Thank you very much for that, Cindy. We deeply appreciate it.
DLC 792 President Jack Dean.
I vote yes to approve.
Okay, thank you. 794 President Francina Stevenson.
DLC 794 Francina Stevenson votes no.
Okay, 795 President Ruth Kiker.
795 Ruth, I vote no.
Okay, DLC 799 Delon Johnson.
I vote yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I vote yes.
Okay.
So he voted yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
He voted
Okay.
yes. Go ahead.
And then 850 Carrie Riley.
DLC 850 Carrie Riley, I vote no. And please also note, 752 was muted before he could also vote no for Kevin Healy.
We
Please
we
note
marked
that
him.
in the
We marked him
minutes.
down. We marked him
Thank
down
you,
for a no.
President.
We marked him down for a no. We heard his vote. Thank you, Carrie.
Okay. Bargaining unit chairs, Unit 1, Susan Rodriguez.
Bargaining Unit 1 Chair Susan Rodriguez. Unfortunately, you promised that we could offer debate in this section and you didn't do that. So at this point, I'm going to have to vote no.
Bargaining unit chair, Unit 3, Robert Holt.
Robert Holtz, Bargaining Unit 3, votes an ambitious and aggressive yes.
Thank you. Bargaining unit chair for Unit 4, Karen Jeffries.
Bargaining Unit 4 Chair, Karen Jeffries, votes no.
Thank you. Bargaining unit chair, Unit 11, Brad Willis. Bargaining unit 11, Chair Brad Willis.
Brad Willis, Unit 11, I vote no.
Bargaining unit 14, Chair Robert Vega.
Yes.
Okay. Bargaining unit 15, Chair Eric Murray.
I say yes.
Thank you. Bargaining unit 17, Chair Vanessa Seastrong.
Abstain.
Okay. Bargaining unit 20, Chair Melissa Vartanian.
I vote yes.
Okay. Bargaining unit Chair Unit 20, Bobby Roy.
No.
Okay, and State Bar Andrew Visacek.
No.
All right, we're done with the. I'm so sorry. We're not.
Yeah,
done.
we good.
We got
No.
some more to go. Okay.
Few more. President Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Secretary Treasurer David Jimenez, yes. Vice President Organizing Representation Annika Walls.
Yes.
Vice President Bargaining
Walls, yes.
Irene Green. Vice President Bargaining Irene Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Vice President Irene Green votes no.
Okay, we're done with the count. We're going to mute everyone right now. I want David to do his count. I'm going to do my count. And then we'll come back here in a few minutes. So please mute everyone and take me off video, please. All right, we're back live, December 29th, 2021. We got our vote count. I called Latasha Brown. She was driving. My call was witnessed. She didn't know exactly what she wanted to do, so she abstained. Okay. So the vote count we have 23 yes, 24 no, 9 abstain. Where do we go from here? This staff will continue to get paid and these operations will continue to go on, period. But I wanted to show everyone in front of our dues paying membership how deeply divided this union is. And they proved my point. And it doesn't matter about them debating this or debating that. They weren't going to vote yes on this proposed 2022 budget anyway. They did exactly what I thought they were going to do. And they'd all say because they weren't allowed to debate this, that's why they had to vote no, or that's why they had to abstain. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. So that's how the cookie crumbled. We're going to still have a great year. We are not going to let the staff go unpaid. We will continue on. First time in Local 1000 history where they did not pass a proposed 2022 budget. But for the safety of this union, as the president, I will not let this union fail because of personality clashes on this board, because they don't like the fact I won this election. What time do we have? Time to go home, 11:01. We're done for the evening. Thank you. December 29th, 2021. Richard Lewis Brown, your Local 1000 president. Make it a great evening, a late night. Thank you very much. We're done.